with this, we will start our Selma City Council regular meeting. It's October 17th, 2022. It's 6 p.m. in the Selma City Council chambers at 1710 Tucker Street. We are also on Zoom. Teleconference phone number 1301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address council during the public comment portion of the meeting, press star 9 to raise your hand and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press star 6 to unmute and mute yourself. We are meeting in accordance with AB 361 and Government Code Section 54953, which allows us to hold this meeting remotely as well. Before we start, can we have a moment of silence for Jolissa Puente, who was returned to her family last week? Unfortunately, not as we all would have hoped, but she was returned to her family. And also for the Singh family and the brother-in-law who were murdered in Modesto. So can we all bow our heads, please, for a moment of silence? Okay, thank you for that. And tonight our invocation will be led by Pastor Joe Alvarez of the Iglesia Antioquia.
Amen. Please stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Could you call the roll, please?
First, you're going to call the roll.
Oh, you want me to? Got it. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Here.
Councilmember Guerra?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho?
Here.
Let the record show Mayor Robertson is here as well. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions. To better accommodate members of the public or convenience in the order of presentation, items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2b. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the City Council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and asked to direct their comments towards the City Council in order to limit the liability to the city. If anyone has anything they'd like to say, come on up. There you go, right there at the podium. Sure. One second, Isaac. Can you make sure his mic is on? There we go.
Okay, so every year we do Operation Santa. We sponsor 4 families every single year. Money comes from our pockets. I do have a lot of people that are with us. We have been on Fox 26, maybe about 2 years ago before COVID hit. We sponsored 4 families, the Garza family, for one, which was their house was on fire about 2 years ago. We sponsored that family. We sponsored another family that had over 7 kids. And it just went on and on. We wanted to do a pop-up event November 5th, and I thought we had everything planned and everything was decided. You know, it was on private property. It came to a halt. as of today, we found out that we are no longer able to do that and raise money for the family. That's what we're gonna do on November 5th. We have two bands playing, Hill, Blockview, and I can't remember, but Israel Trevino's band. It's a Tex-Mex band.
Los Hooligans?
Yes. I don't come at you guys in any anger or anything like that, but I just really wish you guys know where I'm coming from with all of it, because like I said, we do sponsor families every single year, and I am the admin for News Around Selma TM. And I want this to go on every single year. We are trying to get a nonprofit organization number as well, but we found out that it takes up to 6 months. With this event going on November 5th, I was gonna see if you guys could either help us waive it, because this is where the money's gonna be going to. And what I mean by the money is that we're gonna get, for the 10x10 spaces, it's gonna be $45 a piece. And we have 15 vendors as of right now, and that's $675. That doesn't have to come out of our pocket. And I have not came to you guys asking for any donations. I've talked to the Selma Police, what is it, SOP?
POA?
Oh, I'm sorry. Christian, I spoke with him on the phone as well, just today, and we're trying to get the show on the road and, continue going forward with everything.
Okay.
That's
Thank you for letting us know. We don't really have time. We can't really address it because it's a non-agendized item during oral communications, but hopefully we'll learn more about this soon so that we can follow up. Thank you. Anyone else have anything they would like to communicate at this time?
Quintana, 2435 Chaparral. In regards to pop-ups, we had one in our neighborhood yesterday that just popped up. So I applaud a neighbor of ours. She's doing an amazing job running her business. It was a surprise to our neighbors, myself. We had cars that were parked blocking behind the barricades, which is really against the city ordinance. I know the ordinance based on having them at my church. You have to leave a fire lane for police vehicles, emergency vehicles. There was no way to do that. So when spoken to as a concerned neighbor to the people that were there, was ignored, was just flat out treated very rudely. And so I called it in. And that's just something of my concern. I don't know what the ordinance is for pop-ups. I would like to learn that myself. I just know that whenever we do have those types of events, I don't believe a neighborhood is, a proper site for it. There's not enough parking. And again, I think those are just things that the council needs to consider. Permits, I was told there was not a permit. I really felt bad for Miss Plaza for doing the event. She was told she had permission, but it didn't look like the permission was granted. And again, I applaud her for her efforts. I feel really bad that she may have been led down a road that was not safe. And again, I would like to see that happen more in Selma, but I think there needs to be some parameters set around that. City manager, city council, if you guys can make that happen, I think that would be a very awesome thing to really help out our young entrepreneurs like Mrs. Plaza. And then special events like this. I didn't know this gentleman was going to speak, but things that are coming forward to really promote business and also to help, special needs like they have for fundraisers. And I know what it's like to pay the fees. I pay the higher fees now as a pastor whenever we do worship events in the community. I understand that as a church, we fall into a 501c3 type of IRS tax code, and we are to follow those rules. And I think that for the most part, if it doesn't get waived by the city council, we pay the fee, we pay it. And that happened to us the last time we had an event. And so again, I understand, and maybe just some things need to be readjusted as to the fee schedule to make it more reasonable for people to afford, with special things like this gentleman just stated. And again, I applaud the efforts of Ms. Plaza, and I think it was a great, idea. It's just a matter of really just reconsidering the locations and how it's done. Thank you.
Thank you.
I filed a claim against the city because, my
Your name,
car-
ma'am?
Oh, my name's Cindy Zavala.
Okay.
And, I filed a claim against the city. My truck and my husband's truck was, I believe it was illegally towed away from our front yard. We did have a yellow note that was left on our vehicles, and we did move our cars. We did clean the front yard. We switched the cars around, and when we got home on a Monday, they were towed away. And we came straight to the police station. I talked to, Commander Garza, and he did waiver our fees at the station because they were taken by mistake. And I showed him proof because he showed us pictures that they took that day. And my cars were switched. I mean, where else are we supposed to park? It's our front yard. And so, anyways, I'm here to try to get reimbursement for both vehicles. I filed the claim and, that my cars were running. They, had tags, we have insurance. Valid driver's license, so there was no reason for them.
Ms. Zavala, you were on the closed session agenda tonight. A city
Yes, I
representative will be,
I'm aware of that.
will be contacting you.
Okay, I'll be waiting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jas. Hello, my name is Jocelyn Plaza. My address is 2426 Chaparral Lane. So yesterday I was the organizer of the pop-up event that did happen in my neighborhood. For some reason, yesterday I was in contact with a officer saying that his chief called saying that there was no signed permits approved for this event, which was really weird because on Thursday afternoon around 4 p.m. I was at work and I got a call from one of the city workers saying that my event did get approved all the way fully through. So when I was told that my event didn't get approved, I was very appalled. I was very confused. Overworking so many emotions, I had to go around and telling my vendors that, you know, due to some city ordinances that communication problems and stuff like that, we had to pack up a little early. I do understand that a pop-up event in a neighborhood isn't really a place to do it, but it's the fact that I was informed when I turned in my papers that pop-up events are for small businesses who are just starting out, non-established yet. Again, they just started out, are now categorized under swap meets / remates. And I wanted to see if there was a way that we can change that. If we could change that, that'd be amazing because these small businesses, again, have just barely started out and they are not established just yet. So if we can please change that to a way where, you know, we can categorize them under small business events where when they reach a certain point, maybe they have to file certain amount of paperwork. But until then, if we could just please change that ruling.
Thank you.
Check, check. You hear me? Good evening, members of the council. My name is Jose Moreno, 1413 Burnham Street. I just wanted to take some time to voice support for Jasmine, Isaac, and other community members who want to build these pop-up events. They're super beneficial to our city. If you look at outer cities such as Fresno and Hanford, they're doing these pop-up events and they're very popular and they're bringing food, music, and opportunities for small business to promote themselves. I feel like we do need to take a look at how we are assessing them and how we are permitting them. After seeing what Jasmine went through yesterday, I wouldn't want any other vendor or any other organizer to go through that, to be embarrassed in front of her vendors, the people she works with, and the community. And it could have been a simple miscommunication, but I think that needs to be reevaluated and figured out what happened there so it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you.
In 1057 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. We as well attended the mini pop-up. And I just want to really hope that the city gets things organized. So yes, they don't have to go through that again as well. It was probably an embarrassment for her that some of these pop-ups see that instead of the city willing to work with her You know, I believe in 2 months, it'll be 5 years that a young gentleman was killed right in front of his house there, who was shot and killed on this same street. And it was nice to actually see this pop-up event with all the families there walking around with their children, buying, we had a lote. It was just a nice day to get, you know, something cold. They had nice Raider cups for Christmas that I purchased, and I'm not even a Raider fan, but I do want you guys to know one thing. Jaden has been in our office with her parents, who are business owners. Harpreet and Bill Pierwall, they were in our building. They're successful business owners, and their daughter, Jaden Pierwall, we have seen in our office building with them from 5 years old growing up. She was there. She was letting us, she came, ran up to us, gave us a big hug, let us know she's in college. We're so excited and proud of her. She was with her vendors. She showed us that she loves painting now. She was there helping sell some of these Halloween crafts. She loves painting. And to see that happen to these young kids, families trying to be productive in our community, someday bring revenue into our city, they were treated the way they were treated. And it was only a couple more hours to allow them to finish off. They should have just allowed them to finish off from the police officer. To be fair to him, it was probably, he usually helps our teenagers and our kids, but I'm sure it was at another level that he had to come and do what he had to do, unfortunately. So hopefully we can encourage these kids and maybe be at other homes that are selling fentanyl and drugs, with all these drug homes that are selling drugs. Maybe that's where they should be, instead of harassing our vendors and these kids and families trying to make some money for their households. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments this time?
Hello, Waldo Landon. I'm also one of the event organizers from this past weekend, and I also have to say, many people do come from out of town to these events. They do know Selma now as a place that we do host these, you know, with her. And a lot of people were disappointed. They came up to me and personally told me that they did not feel it was fair. You know, there's a lot of kids who are doing bad things, and a lot of my friends are out here with their small businesses. They want to make money. They want to be able to show that they too can run a business. And when we get our things shut down like this, it looks bad on us. You know, we can barely bring business into the city, let alone start one.
Thank you.
One Dinuba. I think you guys up there have to take a little long look at the situation, what happened in a situation of this magnitude. I think we should got to step back and look what took place. And I wasn't there, so I can't, you know, say that, hey, we got to do this and do that. But I think we should consider evaluating situations like this magnitude community, because we want to make our community welcome. We don't want to unwelcome our people. That very important that we show that we're a good community, and see, when we do stuff like that, that chases business off. That those people that how would I say it, just got disgruntled, they're going to tell their friends, and they're going to tell their friends, and all it does is give Selma a black eye, and we don't want to do that, guys. You know what I mean? We want to market Selma as the best town in our community. Right? That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else with a comment at this time? Do we have anyone, Ms. Flores, do we have anyone on Zoom or on the phone? Oh, we have a comment after that. Anyone with their hand raised?
Tiffany, if you could let the callers know to unmute themselves in order to speak.
Unmute yourself.
Or six.
Star six.
Star six.
Yes, yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Yolanda Torres at 2266 Mitchell Avenue. And I was too at the event yesterday. My daughter was one of the vendors. And as a parent, I'm very supportive of her starting her small business. And it was very disappointing to see what happened yesterday. I went over and I was with Jasmine and I tried to help her through what she went through. And I'm glad I was able to be there for her. It just really broke my heart that she was really trying to do something great for our community. And so I think what we need to do is we need to reevaluate how the city communicates with people who want to do these pop-ups. And I also want to make it a point to see what we can do to be fair about waiving fees. If we can waive fees and application fees for a band festival or a car show when they can clearly afford it because the city is funding their program, why can't we waive fees for these smaller businesses, these pop-up events, for these young kids who are trying to do something great in our community? I think we either need to lower the fee, waive the fee. If we're going to do it to one person in the city, we need to do it across the board. We need to be fair. I don't think we should pick and choose who we want to waive fees for and who we don't want to waive fees for. That's something that needs to be changed, and I hope that's really looked into. Because if not, I will bring it up again, because I don't think it's fair when the city is funding bigger organizations in our city and through our taxpayers' money, to be exact, and they can have all of their fees waived for their events that they want to have in our community. So I think we need to be fair, and I think we need to be more transparent, and we need to have better communication when these young kids come to do their pop-up events and pull applications. I think we need to have something we can give them, maybe a checkoff list of what they need to do and how they need to follow up to make sure that everything is taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the line?
Operation 13838 South Locan. I just want to thank the Selma PD for a great job that they did helping us do our event. Well, just even monitoring our event. They were there, the presence was there. We had over 500 people that showed up. It was a great event for the youth that we did at Selma Legacy Youth Center outside the parking lot. It was awesome. We had a lot of food. We fed over 700 people when we have 500. God multiplied the people and the food too. So we just thank the Lord that we were able to do that, and it was something positive. And I just, on behalf of the neighbors there, I just want to thank the city and just thank the PD and everybody that was part of that. It was such a great event. We were able to do a minute of silence for Lisa Fuentes and do other projects that we're gonna go forward with the family and then with the youth center too. So just do something positive for the city. So I just want to thank that and just thank the PD for their presence. There was a lot of as people might label these kids as troublemakers, gangbangers, drug addicts, or whatever. You know, we had kids that were dropping their pipes, drug pipes, knives at the stage, and just, saying that they wanted to change. And that was something positive. That was something that touched a lot of hearts, and just having the PD there and just having the both sergeants that were there and the other cruisers that they fought at one with PD. So that's our goal. That's our goal to try and make the community come to be one. And so I just thank the city, the PD, and I thank all my neighbors right there at the Grove Street, right there, 1426 Grove Street. They're supporting us. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment at this time? Okay, seeing as we're done with oral communications, I would like to make a formal request to the city manager to add to our next council meeting, the topic of pop-ups. I think it's something, as time has come, we need to discuss it and talk about what we heard today and come up with a policy on how the city's going to move forward, since these are becoming more and more frequent in our city. They're getting more and more supporters and they're happening more frequently. Thank you. And Council Member Trillo, did you have an item?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, or I'd like to put it for a motion up to cancel line item number 9, please.
Okay. That is to cancel the meeting on November 7th?
Yes.
Okay, you're withdrawing that
Yeah.
topic.
So I'll make
Is there a
motion to-
second? Gotcha. Is there a second to cancel that meeting?
I'll
Cancel that motion,
I'll second
cancel that item? Okay.
Just to be clear, we're having the meeting.
So the intent of this is to have the meeting. Okay. Do we have any discussion on this? Does anybody have any input they would like to make on this? Okay, with that, we'll refer it back to council. I'll call the roll. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I should have started with them. Councilmember Trujillo, not kind of used to this. Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson, yes. Okay, and with that, we will move on to our first special presentation, which is a welcoming of new city staff employees.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. Rob Terry, Deputy City Manager. I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce the Public Works staff members today that will all actually have making the presentations. So first and foremost, we have Fernando Moran, and then Jess Fernandez. They will be introducing the new Public Works staff members that were able to make it tonight. As you know, Public Works works certainly outside of the traditional hours, right? And a lot of evening meetings can be challenging for them. Those that were able to make it tonight to be introduced would certainly. Fernando and Jess will be introducing them. Following that, the next item on the agenda is also a presentation by the Public Works Department on tree loss and landscaping status throughout the parks within our community. Again, I had asked staff to give that presentation directly, the staff that is the boots on the ground and those that are working in the parks every single day. And so Fernando will be leading that item, and I wanted to introduce him to the council tonight. So Fernando.
Good evening, council. I'm Fernando Moran, maintenance 3, parks lead. We have 6 new guys we hired, and they're all pretty modest because they're not here. So I just wanted, mention their names. We got Hector Davila, Angel Perez, Christian Morales, Jose Zavala, Rudy Cavaria, and Ray Trinidad. So all skilled handymen. They've been they've been here for about 3 months now. About 3 months, and it's made a big difference. Great work ethic, good skills, good communication, teamwork. It's been great.
Thank you, Fernando. And I
Thank you.
can certainly vouch for the work ethic for the Public Works Department. And we do have a second part to this new city employee introduction. Fernando, you feel free to have a seat. We have 3 new employees at City Hall as well. And I'd like to take a moment to introduce them. First, we have Tiffany Flores, who is filling in as our city clerk today. She is my executive assistant who started last month. Has it been 2 months? And she's doing a great job in the administration office. So thank you, Tiffany, for filling in tonight and for all your hard work. We also have our HR technician, Gilbert Cano, and my understanding is he'd like to say a few words to the council. Go ahead, Gilbert.
Wanted to say first and foremost how grateful I was and how honored I was to be selected for the position. I know this is a very important position to the city, and it's not something that's taken lightly. And so I was very honored to be selected for the position. And I just want to say that I'm here to do my best and serve the city of Selma to the best of my abilities. And I've got so much to learn and so much growth to do as a professional and as a person. And I look forward to doing it within the city and growing with the city. And
Thank you.
Thank you, Gilbert. And Gilbert has really hit the ground running in our HR division, so we're very excited to have him on board. And last but not least, we have our new Deputy City Manager, Jasmine Baines, who joined us late last month. And she also has a few words to say to the City Council. Go ahead, Jasmine.
Thank you, Fernando, for that introduction. Honorable Mayor and the Council, I'm standing before you as your Deputy City Manager of Administrative Services. And as your Deputy of Administrative Services, I'll be covering the divisions of Finance, Informational Technology, Human Resources, Risk Management, Purchasing, and I believe Administrative Services. I'm very honored to be here to serve the City of Selma. Selma is home to me. I grew up worshiping here at the Sikh temple as a 10-year-old girl. I immigrated from India, and I was in Selma almost every weekend. And then I graduated from Fowler High. I was a Red Cat, and I came to serve as your personal banker here to the community of Selma, working for Bank of America for almost 4 years as I went through Fresno State. And so it's good to be back home to serve my fellow residents. I've kind of traveled up and down the state of California or Central California. I began my career in city government back in 2005 when I was hired as an accountant for the city of Livingston, straight out of Fresno State. From there, I went on to serve as the finance director for the city of Parlier. I worked in Livingston for 10 years, about 4 years in Parlier, and then most recently I came over from the city of Coalinga, where I served for almost 6 years as the financial services director. So I have an intensive background in finance, almost 25 years of finance altogether, 18 in city government finance. And so I'm here to hit the ground running to bring the city finances back into control, get the administrative services departments back lined up, and get the city what it deserves and what the residents pay for when they pay for taxes. I'm excited. I just want to, I have some key members of my growth over my professional years here with me. I just want to publicly thank them for making the commute from Coalinga. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Mayor Ron Ramsey for coming all the way from Coalinga to support me. It means a lot to me. City Manager Marissa Trejo from Coalinga. Former city manager from Livingston, who helped groom me and give me the confidence I needed to bridge over to the finance director role, Jose Antonio Ramirez. Chief Coalinga Fire Chief Greg Dupuy. Vivian Sauceda, who is now a finance manager, but she worked with me as we brought Coalinga back into shape back in 2017, Vivian Sauceda. And last but not least, my daughter Amaya, who's here to support me. She's been my rock and my motivation through it all. My uncle Harvey Gill, that's there. And my uncle Kamwar Alak, who's here to support me as well. And I'm just here to be a part of the team. Thank you, Fernando, for giving me the opportunity to serve. Some of my key traits is loyalty, perseverance, hard work, honesty, integrity, and I believe in transparency.
Thank you.
So members of the council, as you can see, we have quite the team building here, and thank you to all the staff who took time out of their day to come and meet the council and participate in this introduction. And as far as these introductions go, that's all we have. Thank you.
So with that, we'll move on to our presentation from Public Works next. Okay.
Well, I'm still Fernando Moran, Parks lead. January, I'll have 15 years. Jesse will have January. So I feel like we know what we're talking about. So anyways, I've been called here to do a presentation on the status of our trees in our parks, our LMDs, and our public right of ways along the streets. And we have a good amount of aging trees. So here's the, as you all know, trees are a major part of our parks, our LMDs, public right of ways. They provide shade, aesthetic appeal, wildlife support, and of course, they improve air quality. So we got to make sure we take care of our trees. Got to take care of our trees and make sure that they last us a lot more years than where we're headed due to drought and everything. Right here we show pictures of ideal trees, parks, beautiful canopies, blossoms, benches, shade, picnicking, people just using the parks for what they're meant to be used for. So Rob asked us what we think how many trees do we think we lost since our last severe droughts? And I want to say since maybe 2016 or per year. And that's due to just the age of stock, of course, drought conditions, everything that's said right there. We all know about bark beetles attacking all the trees in the mountains. The same thing's happening right here. So, and you go to certain parks, we have terrible gopher problems, squirrel problems, and this stat came up right here, and I guess someone pretty good with saving some water. I want to say we kind of contributed to our parks. They might not be the greenest they've been, but we've reduced our water usage, and they still look pretty good. Haven't got too many complaints. But ultimately, when we reduce the water to the grass, it's going to reduce water to the trees, and it's going to be a chain reaction of our trees being in poor health and so as you can see right here, this is Berry Park, our nice little where the skate park is at. We have aging trees. In my 15 years that we've been here, just 17 years, we've never planted any new trees in this park. And you can see where the tree on the left is in poor health. These other trees are aged. They've got damage from sprinklers being too close to them. So since they've been babies, the sprinklers been eroding them at the same spot since they were planted. So crepe myrtle's in poor health. And basically like the same trees right here. We got the pine trees at the corner, PG&E right across the street. They're so high, this park's got to be every bit of 70, 80 years old, I'd be guessing. So that's just time to start taking action. We got to start making planting some new trees before these are, before we have no trees in this park. So right here we jump to Brentlinger Park. And it's the same thing, we got these big, beautiful oak trees. I want to say Brentlinger's probably taking the biggest hit out of all the parks. It's a nice old park. You've got big, beautiful oak trees, Chinese elms, these big pines along the canal that we've just been losing year after year after year. We got the round shelter that's closest to Olive Street. And that one, I want to say we lost like 5 beautiful redwoods that were surrounding it. So we've gone from this nice shade to like no shade. So then we jump to Lincoln Park, our nice little old park right here, which is probably the oldest park in Selma. I'm sure every bit of 100 years old. And one little fun fact about Lincoln Park is that we've heard over the years that there's a tree planted from every continent in that park. So I don't know which trees came from where, but we have but yeah, at some point there was a tree from every continent there. So that's kind of like a cool little fact about Lincoln. You can see they're old, some are getting diseased. Some require lots and lots of water, and yeah, Lincoln Park is just just in the same boat as the rest of them. We got to start taking action, planting trees as these are aging and meeting their lifespan. Basically the same thing with Ringo too. We've got that whole row of mulberry trees going down Nebraska, and you can tell it's caught an infection, so the disease is spreading from one tree to the next to the next. In Schaefer Park too, Schaefer Park, we also have a combination of the wrong trees being planted. We got ash trees that are, the roots primarily grow on top of the ground, so they're not, probably not the best thing you want around playgrounds, around softball fields, play areas. So, you know, as these trees are, you know, obviously not very healthy, we gotta start taking action and finding some something new. So it takes probably a good 10 years for the trees to mature and give out good shade so people can enjoy them. So Rob asked us, you know, what kind of stuff would you recommend? I said, well, oh, it's kind of we're kind of late on we're kind of on the late train as far as some of these trees go. But what we can do is plan for the future. Can't take care of what we have. I know Fresno did a program years ago when the severe drought was here, and they were just they stopped watering the grass and they were driving around with the water truck and they had to hit each tree manually. So they were doing that, you know, once a week, twice a week, just to make sure the trees survive. So, you know, we could do little things like that, or we can run sprinklers in the tree areas. And if we got to, at some point, if worse comes to worse, we got to, you know, avoid watering the grass. You know, that's one way to keep our trees alive. So long-term solutions is just better planning, of course. You know, we got 2 future parks coming, so it'd be great to be involved with the type of trees that go in, the type of irrigation system that goes in. And I've been talking to a couple of arborists, and they've thrown out a couple ideas. So so I'm looking forward to maybe being a part of that, hopefully. Yeah. Better planning, smarter planting of trees, better irrigation systems.
I got a question for you, Fernando. Thank you for the presentation, by the way, really good. How often do you water the trees?
The trees water almost every day with the grass.
Okay.
Tied in with the grass sprinkler.
And how does this tie in with Cal Water and their water mandates?
Well, we've got these new kind of updated irrigation clocks we received through Cal Water, and they have sensors attached to them. So they have rain sensors, they have temperature sensors. So if I got a clock program to water 30 minutes, it'll, you know, these clocks can sense the temperature, and it said if it reads it's only 50 degrees at night, we'll water for 15 minutes instead of the 30. So the clocks help with the adjustment of the watering times.
Do you think with the last drought we've experienced, are we going to lose more than 2 trees this year per park?
I want to say with what's dying right now, we're absolutely headed that route, if not more. But I think right now is kind of the time to take action. If we don't start planting trees now and give them the 5 to 10 years to mature, we're going to have a bunch of open parks with no trees if we don't take action now.
And that's those are how do you plant trees? Seedlings?
No,
small trees.
Just little 10, 12-foot trees. And that was one thing that was also in my stats right there. We probably planted about 20, 25 trees over the last 5 to 10 years, and maybe about 25% of them make it. That vandalism, you've got just, you know, some trees, they just don't.
Car pollution.
Yeah, some don't take. A lot of kids go and like just snap them in half, and who knows what happens in the parks all hours of the night. So only about, you know, we could plant 10 trees and about, you know, 2, 3 of them will make it.
Oh.
Yeah, so you get a little tree
30%.
about 10, 12 feet tall. They range in price from $150 to $500 depending on the tree. And yeah, so I mean, there's still little.
Sure.
Fernando, I have a quick question too. Like these ones that, you know, are really bad, like the ones at Ringo Park. I mean, you know, they don't even look like they're worth saving. I mean, I hate to say that.
No, they're not worth saving, but they're still big. They're beautiful trees. And it's kind of hard to take action to cut down a tree because we don't know what kind of reaction we'll get from the community. So that's why it's good to plant something now and plan for the future, the immediate future, actually.
So is that something that we need to look at in regards to our policies on how we should be handling this?
Well, just there's always budgets involved, so it's kind of hard to go out and just spend like $10,000 in trees or $5,000 in trees, and kind of depends. Are they going to get vandalized, or you know, just you guys are the ones that have to approve it. So if you guys approve it, we'll plan them.
Fernando, I got a question. First, I have a comment. I want to let you know that you did really good on a good presentation for your first time. The first time I spoke, I almost fainted, you know what I mean? So take a deep breath, okay? Because we all start, somewhere, right? And it's a beginning for everybody. And I'll be honest with you, in the 4 years that we've been talking about parks and, what's our budget like and what's it gonna cost, we really have never had one of these kind of presentations. And it brings back to understanding that our council, we're thinking of budget items and we're thinking, where do we go from here? Maybe it's good to get a hold of our staff and talking about, long-term management of our parks, right? So this comes with changes and this comes with what we got to do, right? Talking amongst all of us and you're part of the team and the staff that's there is part of the team that comes and explains it to us. And this is the first time I've actually seen something like this where it shows the tree itself and it brings it back to reality, right? So to us as council, we start talking about what's our progression, but what are we looking at for the next 10, 20 years, right? What, for every square footage, talking about bringing in people from the core, those people, they come in and plant trees. So, but I want to really want to emphasize and the fact that you did a good presentation and this is a start. I started when I was 23 years old talking in public and it's important because then we elevate each other and we learn and we buy into the program and hopefully you're talking to the staff's all talking about it. And if they buy into it, then we start growing even more. Just the same way you grow a tree is the same way you grow your staff. Everybody talks about it, they believe in it, and they water it and they do it. So congratulations on that part, okay?
Can I add one more thing? Since now that you got me, you pumped me up a little bit. So we do have 2 more parks coming. And it would be great to plan for the future. I was sent to a class on trees in Fowler about 12 years ago. And before Fowler started their park on the west side of the 99 there, they went out and they installed all their trees before they even started the park. So they went out and put the irrigation directly to these trees. And by the time they had the funding for the parks, they had all these nice trees that were already maturing. So I thought that was very clever. So that's stuff that we can look into.
I just have a question and it's more of a follow-up about, I got a call from a resident off of McCall and I can't remember the street. Right before Barbara, there's a ponding basin there and there was a possum and I think there was a tree, the possum was in the tree. And I don't know if, do we normally plant trees in the ponding basins or they just
Those are all
grow?
seedlings, they grow wild.
Okay.
The wind blows in a little seed and it sits there, the storm drains leach into the ponding basin and that's how they get the water.
So there is, she just followed up with me earlier this weekend and the possum I think is still there. So yes.
Possums are everywhere.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they are possums and
They are.
gophers and all of that. So, but that's just a
Yeah,
follow-up.
so our ponding basins, we definitely like Shaver Park, we're having definitely having a problem there. All those trees are wild grown, so.
Now this one's on, like I said, McCall, right before the street, right before, one of those.
Yeah, right there.
So yeah, if you guys can take care of that possum. Thanks.
I like you talking about the 2 additional parks because we need them in Selma. We haven't had a new park since 1989, since Shaper, and we need a regional park. We definitely do need that. So thank you for looking forward to the future for that. And we'll need trees too.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So thank you, Rob. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Fernando. If I could just close it out, I thought it was really important to have the staff that's actually boots on the ground every single day that's out there be the one to provide these presentations, not only for the opportunity for them to stand in front of council and really be acknowledged for the great work that they do, but also for them to talk about the details and the items that City Hall staff doesn't get to see every single day, right? It's critical and it's important. And from the very first day that I came in and there was discussions about park space and amenities for the community and the way that those are planned, the way that they're maintained, all of those type of items, you can always find areas in the process that can be adjusted and done a little bit better. And one of those was making sure that public works crews were engaged in the planning of various items, right? Whether it's LLMD areas, whether it's actual park space, whether it's just even a subdivision, right? And just the layout and the way that items are going to go. They're the ones that are out there every single day dealing with the maintenance on these items. So it was making sure that they were brought into that part of the conversation. So when Fernando says that he hopes they're going to be a part of it, it's not a hope. He gets to be a part of it and has to be a part of it. So it's critical and it's important, and just really looking forward to having great plans and as a result, great park space moving forward within the community.
I could tell you going on the campaign trail like I have talked to a lot of people, and that is like the number one topic, like at Highland and 43, those medians, those dead bushes there. And then on Nebraska, nothing there because of the water, because of the drought. It's just, there's only so much to go around and we have to comply with Cal Water and there's only so much we have for that too. But neighbors notice it. They appreciate it when they see public works, when they see things happening out there. And they definitely talk about that. It's a really huge concern for the people of Selma. Right, thank you. With that, it's coming on 7, so we will take a 5-minute break and we'll come back at 6:55 for the rest of the meeting. Okay, with that, we're going to resume our meeting and move on to the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does council have any items or an item they would like removed from the consent calendar tonight?
Mayor, I'd like to remove item D.
Okay. Anyone else? There a motion to approve items 1A through C.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second? Okay, Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson, yes. Okay, item D.
Okay, item D on page 26. I have one, check item 804-104. No, I'm sorry, hold on. But I can't. It is check number 80411, Gateway Engineering, Amberwood, addressing and street. It's for $5,674. What is that for?
Yes, Councilmember, this is to actually place all of the addressing and the street naming on final map items. We do not currently have the staff capacity to address those items. So when a final map is submitted for that, we have a contract with Gateway Engineering to address those items that utilizes the former staff member that had been with Selma for many, many years. And as a result of that is very well versed on these items and is able to turn them around quickly, where we do not have staff on site that can actually address those items.
Okay. That's my only one.
Okay, I have an item. Item 80426, Daniel Murrieta, graphics for Gators.
Those are our, Mr. Mayor, those are our Gators is the most common terminology, golf carts, extraordinaires. We have two of them that we've had for a year. So those are the graphics for them.
Got it. Okay.
So that people know it's the police.
Thank you. Else. Next page 27, 80438. Regional Government Services, Contract Services, August 2022, 41,720.23.
Yes, Mayor. So as you're aware, we have a contract with Regional Government Services for HR and finance support. And so that invoice and that payment reflects the high level of work or services that they provided over the previous month with regard to disability management. We had some workers' compensation claims. As you're aware, we have quite a few recruitments still pending. And so they've been providing quite a bit of support to the staff.
Gotcha. Now, are they the temp agency for government employees?
No, we do not utilize a temp agency at the city. So they're our recruitment firm, but they also provide support in the form of retired annuitants who help in the finance department as well as the HR division, but they're not temporary employees.
So the city, Emily Boyd used to show up quite frequently for the meetings. Was she a member of, was she provided by the regional government?
No, she was not.
She was not.
She was an independent retired annuitant.
Got it. Okay. Do we have anybody on staff right now provided by regional government services?
They're not staff, so we would not have anybody on staff provided by RGS. So they are considered consultants, just like our planning consultants, our engineering consultants, but they do provide support to our staff.
Got it. So they make up for the holes or the positions we don't have filled yet in the city.
Correct.
Thank you. And then item 80445, statewide traffic safety road signage.
That's going to be some of the road signage that was utilized to upgrade, purchased through our Public Works Department for upgrades of our street signs. So that's some of the supplies that have been utilized to upgrade those items.
And what kind of percentage, how are we looking on replacing a lot of the street signs? Because as I said earlier, I've been hitting the road pretty frequently lately. And a lot of the street signs you can't read them. They're indistinct.
I would say on the actual street signage right now, street name signs, they're probably at about 15%. And growing. The biggest challenge there, of course, is just the staff capacity to be able to get to them. We're right now ramping up, as you can see from this purchase right here, on the actual supplies in order to make the street signs. And then, of course, you have the replacement or installation of those signs.
So the city actually gets them blank, puts the letters on the street signs, and then Public Works goes out and attaches them. Is
That is
that correct?
correct.
We don't take the existing street signs and go over them. They're brand new street signs. Is that correct?
It depends on the the age of it. If it can be reutilized and it still has the appropriate amount of reflectivity, then they can reuse that. The majority of them in this instance are way past that life, and so they're needing to be replaced.
I'm glad we're doing it. People were really looking for that. Definitely. It's just definitely a safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Is there a motion to approve item D?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilman Trujillo,
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson, yes. Okay. Then we'll move on to our first item of regular business tonight, which is a consideration of a resolution approving a vesting tract map number 5303 Valley View Homes condition amendment.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Rob Terry, Deputy City Manager. This item that we're looking at here is associated with vesting tract map number 5303, which was actually approved by the City Council way back in 2004 via Resolution 2004-62R. Contained within that resolution were conditions of approval that were specific to this project. And the one that we're going to be discussing today is specifically condition number 37. That item conditioned that improvements be made to a portion of the CID canal that was just adjacent to the project area at the very southeast corner, ultimately of what ended up being phase 3 of that project. Over the years, there's been considerable amount of discussion about the intensity of those improvements, what those improvements were supposed to be, what they believed that the wording required them to be. And there was some back and forth, considerable amount of back and forth between the developer, the city, and CID, Consolidated Irrigation District. As it was approaching phase 3 and final build out of that area, the city had sat down, city staff, the city manager, myself, sat down with the general manager of CID to discuss this individual item here. Believed that we had reached consensus and an agreement on the way that we could address this by appropriately amending the condition to allow for an in lieu payment, utilizing what the construction and engineering costs would be to place those improvements, because both parties had talked about the desire to see the entirety of the canal piped. And in addition to that, CID was open to, and the city would be supportive of, having a public use trail located on the easement on top of the pipe after it was fully piped. So with all of that conversation and background in mind, the city, of course, had moved forward on making contact with the developer to discuss these items, preparing this for public hearings, including going to the city planning commission, for recommendation, and ultimately delivery to the city council for your consideration to adjust the language within that condition that would allow for that payment in lieu to then suffice as the condition being satisfied. Unfortunately, late Friday, we received outreach from the general manager of CID, who stated that he was not in agreement with these items. I will say that that was not only a surprise to staff, but I would say is in direct conflict with the understanding that we did believe that we had with CID. However, that stated, the general manager did submit a letter. I do have copies for each council member. I know it was emailed and likely delivered hard copy as well, but I do have copies of that letter there where they are opposing the amending of the condition. However, at this time, staff is not recommending that we change the recommendation that is coming forward to council at this time. We do believe that it is an appropriate amendment to move forward with. And our intent would still be to work with CID to ultimately pipe the entirety of the canal, which very clearly was the desire of both CID and what the city would prefer to see because of the amenity that it would provide for the community long term. So with that, I'll hand out the letter so that all council members have that. And that concludes my staff report. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. And I received this letter by email today at 4:14 PM as well. And it's what the deputy city manager said. It's a letter of objection by Consolidated Irrigation Districts. Actually, it's signed by Phil Desktop, the general manager.
Deputy City Manager, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
In regards to your statement, you stated that you all three got together with CID.
That is
Everybody was in the same, everybody came to the same table. The understanding was there. My question to you is, did you get it in writing?
We did not. The intent behind that item was to meet with the general manager before we had any discussions in any way about a condition amendment. To sit down with him and to discuss whether or not we felt that would be supported. And based upon the outcome of those conversations, that's why we then took action to take this through the public process, which to us is the appropriate way to get all of those type of items official and in place. But no, we did not seek anything from writing for CID at that time. I would notate that, of course, the Planning Commission agenda went out to the public, had public noticing and everything required along with it, just the same way we do with our public meetings. And there was not any feedback received from CID in any way, shape, or form to the Planning Commission.
So we've been down this road before with CID many years ago. They're the ones that sort of held the city hostage under CEQA at Rockwell Pond. You know, we had Costco knocking on the door to come in and they couldn't proceed because there was a threat of a lawsuit for anyone who tried to develop that area. And this is where it starts, you know, with disagreements like this. Is there some sort of urgency that I'm missing that this has to be absolutely approved tonight, or there will be disastrous consequences, or would it be in the interest of the city to go back and speak with CID about potentially what their issues are with this? I mean, I see basically from the letter that they don't think that amount is enough for an in lieu payment, and there are not enough guarantees, or that, you know, it will actually be followed through on, that canal will be covered and made a pedestrian walkway. So there's some details still to hammer out. Would approving this tonight be more of an irritant and less of a benefit? Does the benefit of approving it tonight outweigh the risk of, once again, the city getting into it with CID and beginning hostilities there?
Well, the challenge that would be created here would be the allowance that we would have to then move forward with accepting the public improvements that are associated with this track map here, which would then cause significant delay for the developer, who at no fault of their own would be stuck in the middle of this issue. They would likely have to go out and renew or extend bonds, which were set timely to expire, along with warranty bonds, the labor material bonds, all of those items, everything would have to go back out for them. I think the fact that we sat down with CID up front and had the good faith effort to be partners and to be on the same page. And I mean, I feel that we made all good faith effort to do so. And unfortunately, I do not feel that was made in return.
Okay, so what are the consequences of rolling over these objections and moving forward?
I'll defer that to the city manager.
Sure. So we have liability primarily from the developer side, as the deputy city manager mentioned, because, you know, the condition that CID wanted the city to enforce ultimately was considered by several attorneys, including former city attorneys, to be basically illegal, one that we could not enforce. With that being said, we worked extensively with CID to, the developer submitted improvement plans for the crossing that was actually required over the CID ditch. And those improvement plans were never reviewed by CID. So the developer, never had an opportunity to actually address any potential issues with regard to meeting CID standards for development, as was mentioned in the letter. And so the greatest risk from my perspective is from the developer. The point of the changing this condition is to not actually impact at this time CID's irrigation ditch. We're actually avoiding the impacts. We're taking the money from the developer who's more than willing to comply with the condition that the city set on the development project. But because, they're in the middle of this, back and forth between the city and CID, they need to be able to move on and close out their bonds and their warranties and those kinds of things. And have people start moving into that development project, which is critical, for low-income housing in Selma. We reached out as staff to say, look, CID's goal ultimately is to pipe this canal, which is the responsibility of CID because they own the canal. They wanted to include this as a condition of this project, but it goes so far beyond the bounds of this project that it would be considered an unconstitutional taking if we made this developer pay for improvements that were not at all, adjacent, had no nexus to their development. So, we had to avoid that legal liability, but we reached out to CID and said, look, our goal is to not impact your canal at this point, and then we can find some funding out there, which we know there is, to develop a multi-use trail that would achieve not only your goal of piping this ditch that you deem unsafe to the community, but also it creates an amenity and an active transportation facility for the community. And so that was the conversation that we had with CID. We walked out of that room feeling like that there was support for that. But at the end of the day, our goal with this condition change is to get the developer to close out the project and also not impact CID's canal at this point. Really, they don't have jurisdiction over the matter, but we do obviously value CID's input. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to our development community to move these projects forward and get housing available to our community.
They referenced the cooperative agreement. What's the city's liability under the cooperative agreement? Has that been reviewed by legal staff?
No, I have not been asked to review this yet, but
It's the city's agreement with
be happy to.
CID, right? That's the city's agreement with CID that stopped the hostilities about 8 years ago. So that's an important agreement, I think, for legal staff to review and to make sure that we're on the same page. Everything you just said, City Manager, probably be good to have in writing and go to CID, wouldn't it? Just so they have a written record of the city's response to this.
We do intend to respond to the objection letter, but as the deputy city manager mentioned, delaying this item would further delay the improvement dedication to the city and the developer's ability to close out the project, which is going to be a further cost to the developer and potentially a liability to the city itself.
Because I see that on bonds. I mean, they just issue riders all the time because things get messy in construction sometimes. So I don't think that's the end of the world. But again, I'm just concerned by the tone of this letter and the assertion that the city just blew them off, essentially, which you're saying is the complete opposite. That actually didn't happen. So that's confusing to see that assertion in this letter here, especially right before we're set to vote on something that could have far-reaching legal consequences for the city.
I have a question. Wait.
All right.
What's the existing length in the conversation of the canal that is existing that is the correct amount of length and the amount that you guys are proposing that is adequate? And what's the length and the amount? 216,000?
Yeah, the amount.
Yeah, just
The crossing would, we estimated it to be about 216,000.
and how much more or do you know how much more he's asking for? I know you're saying it's out of the spec, but do you kind of have a range of what the amount would be? And the
For a
length-
total project?
The length and the amount.
If the entirety of the area were to be
The one
piped,
the one they're referencing to, because from the way I read the letter,
About half a mile.
yeah,
standards is a part of
it's about a half a mile. So we're talking maybe
about
150 feet or so is what
Well,
we're looking at here.
For the total ditch that CID wants is probably about, I would say, 2,600 to 3,000 linear feet. The portion that crosses their property is roughly 150 to 200
Looking
feet.
about 2,100 feet of more length that he's talking about.
I would say probably close to
2,800 linear feet.
800? Okay.
Yeah, so
What's
it's,
your just rough estimate on that coverage on that?
this is a rough estimate. I would say you're probably looking at 2 to 3 million, depending on the size of the pipe and
2 to 3 million.
a minimum. And based on the soils, the size of the pipe, what you run into crossings, I would just, a ballpark figure right now be $2 to $3 million. That doesn't sit on their property or really close to their property.
I too, just the fact that we're getting this letter right now really concerns me because, you know, you know, Rob, when you got hired, we met him. We all talked.
Correct.
And we had a good conversation. I went back and we actually had more conversations and he did bring up that concern at the very beginning. So we did know that that was a concern. My gut feeling is the fact that getting this letter is really a concern because, you know, there is ample litigation and, you know, our growth, right? And so, but I also know that, you know, $2 million is $2 million, you know? And I'm just wondering if staff, just me talking, if staff would go and have a conversation with them and find some way we could put some money in
It might be just good just to
the money
table
in.
this for now until
Well,
they have a
well-
discussion with CID to see what their actual
At
concerns are specifically.
You received this letter at 4:15 or 4:30, right? We received the letter, the email. Prior to the email, when's the last time you spoke to them?
Well, we received an email, a separate email on Friday evening, I would say.
I received the email at 4:15 today.
Right.
Right.
But previous to that email that went out to everyone, to the mayor and to myself, we received, when the agenda was published on Friday evening, we received an email from Mr. Desatov saying that he objects to this item. So it's the last communication before today was on Friday, but before that, an in-person communication. When did that take place, Rob? I mean, I think
It
that
was
was maybe
probably a good 3 months ago before
July.
we then began to
Yeah.
have the communications as a follow-up to the sit-down meeting that we had with Mr. Desatov, which then led, of course, to the follow-up conversations with the developer and the preparations to take this item through public hearings.
Yeah, I also have a quick question. My concern is no disrespect to our staff, but you know, you guys have got together and talked to them. And from what this letter is stating, it states the opposite. Again, I always like to get everything in writing. That's just me. Our interim legal counsel doesn't know anything about this. And I think that it's very important because back in 2007, when we were in a lawsuit, we lost not just Costco, but we also lost a potential shopping center that went to Hanford instead of Selma. So we can lose a lot of business, potentially the ones that we have in the pipeline, projects that we have pending. It's not a good feeling. Believe me, I've been there. And to lose these type of businesses, we can't afford it. We can't go through this again and be in another lawsuit. So I think that we really need to consider this. Let's table it. Let's give our attorney time to look this over. It's only fair just to make sure that the city's not put in a position where we can be in a liability lawsuit because it's not worth it. We lost too much.
And furthermore, I'd like to see this legal counsel review the entire 2012 cooperative agreement and let us know what the city still has as unfinished business. So we know what's still out there with CID. So this doesn't creep up on us, sneak up on us in the future.
Could you see that before the meeting, the next meeting?
Did I
Could
see
you
what?
review
Sorry.
it? Could you review the
Co-op agreement from 2007? Yeah, sure. 2012, sorry. Yes.
But before the next meeting?
I could. I mean, I'm not sure what kind of, in-depth review you're asking for, but definitely I could review that.
Maybe with an
and I
eye on this
agree.
topic.
Yeah, an
at
analysis
first, and
relating
then
Sure, and I could sit down
give
with
deep
city
analysis
manager
after
as
that.
well.
Could we make a motion that we just table this to the next meeting and actually put it on the meeting and have staff get a report and maybe get staff to go and have a meeting with them and have a really good meeting that comes back with some written agreements or written advice as to what they want
And,
we give them
and
advice.
respond in writing
And
too.
we respond in writing, because at the end of the day, I mean, you know, we're not in control by them, but we are a partner of them. And it has to,
We're in their Sigma too.
something
We're
has
in
to
their
happen.
groundwater management.
So this
group.
is,
So
so this is really important.
I just have a comment. So this is not sitting well with me either, because it looks like we went to Selma Planning Commission on September 26th, and I just looked through my emails and I was not included in this email. So I don't know when the communications, it just doesn't feel right to me, but yeah, I'm in agreement with it being tabled so that we can look at that. But again, it just doesn't feel right to me. It's like if we've been having these conversations and now they're saying that they didn't, something happened. You know, something, I don't know. I just feel like something triggered this. And I don't think that it was necessarily, you know, everything that's been going on. I think there was something different because again, it went through the planning commission and here we are today, you know, at the 11th hour.
As if they've never seen it. Are you
It's-
seconding this?
I
Seconding the
Did
ta-
somebody
oh,
make a motion already?
Okay, so we've
Right
got
here.
a first to table it, a second to table it.
To table it to November 7th.
And then do we have any comments from the public on this topic? Do we have anybody online or on Zoom who would like to discuss tabling this issue? Okay, with that, we'll bring it back. I'll call roll. Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand wanting to table it, but what position does that put the developer in? Is that going to mess up the developer by I mean, it's just 2 weeks, but they've already agreed to a set amount that they're going to pay, that they were going to pay or put into deposit so that they could be done with their portion of it. Does that affect them in any way?
That's what I think they're getting to the bottom of, that we don't know. All the details just have not been found yet. And it sounds like the developer who's not here tonight and has not weighed in and has been referred to, but has not been heard from, is mentioned as also someone of concern. So hopefully these discussions will include the developer as well. Would probably understand that, you know, CID is asserting their rights under a 2012 agreement. So, I mean, it's one of those things where there's exposure on all sides here, and this wasn't taken care of yet until now, but it needs to be. So if the city approved this tonight, it might make the developer happy, but it might not make the city happy and CID happy. So we, you know, we have to make sure that we protect the
I
city.
understand that. I'm just saying, is that a potential for a bigger cost to the developer by delaying it? I mean, they said that the engineering firm said this is how much it was going to cost. And in lieu of doing that, that item, they gave them this amount of money that if you pay this, then you're all good. You can finish your project.
That's what we're voting on tonight. So we wouldn't vote to approve that tonight. So they would understand that the city council would have to approve this amount, right? That it is subject to city council
That is
approval.
correct.
Okay, so it's subject to potential change by the discussions that the city council has and modifications that the city council might make.
Well, Mayor, if I might add, Deputy City Manager, are you aware of any affordable housing or tax credit financing that might be at risk with any of this? I don't know if that's been considered as well.
That depends on the delay. I don't think that to the next meeting that we would find ourselves, if council is prepared next meeting to take action on this item. I don't think that 2 weeks would end up pushing any of the dates that are critical for those items to them to a critical failure point. If it were to go beyond that, that's a very real possibility. Yes.
Well, Councilmember Trujillo originally brought it up to cancel the meeting, but then he rescinded that. And so we're not canceling the next meeting. So we will be having another meeting 3 weeks from tonight. Okay.
I'd also like to add to this meeting that, you know, we understand that CID is a special customer negotiator with his partner with the city of Selma. So it's probably in our best interest to have our staff to start monitoring as to what the cost factors are and what the negotiated factors are to get this ironed out. So we could understand a financial amount of what we're gonna have to put in place to make sure we can get this project. Because at the end of the day, the individual that's actually building this, he's left out in the dark, right? It's the city of Selma and CID that have the issue. And so I think it's really important that we navigate this and understand the importance that we all meet, that we make meetings and we meet with them so we can negotiate where we're gonna go with this. And I just, it's really important. So we can finalize this the next meeting.
Great. Okay, so we've got a first and a second. Mayor Pro Tem Cho? Yes?
Yes.
Oh, okay, come on up.
Jim Abel, 1701 Dinuba. My advice to you, ladies, gentlemen up there. I have a, previous experience with CID. I know how they are. Unfortunately, I'm sorry too that you received the letter so late. Of course, that's done before that tactic, but also I would advise you guys to analyze the attorney analyzes the criteria, and also Fernando, you were in that meeting. I wasn't there, so ask them what are they. Oh, maybe we could help them on a state level as far as water issues. Contacts your council. CID is, I'm not going to throw lots of CID because I came out of the farming community. CID is very important because they develop the water issues as far as groundwater percolation. Very important for the farmers. So groundwater back in the soil and all the knowledgeable and their field. But at the same time, I think we could work with them and develop some situation planning for the future.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, with that, we have a yes from Mayor Pro Tem Cho and a yes from Mayor Robertson to table this. We'll revisit this at the next meeting. Hopefully, City Attorney Yanez will get on that cooperative agreement. Thank you. Okay.
Just real quick, sorry, one more thing. Can I get a copy of the 2012 co-op agreement as well, please? Thank you.
You can you email that to everybody?
Yeah.
Item 3 is consideration and acceptance of public improvements for track number 5303. Should we table that as well? Okay.
Yeah.
And do we have to have a vote on that? Okay. Is there
I'll make a motion to table it.
okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Joe, yes. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Robertson, yes. Okay. Item 4, consideration of the potential formation of an ad hoc committee for purposes of negotiating a renewal of a tax sharing MOU with the County of Fresno.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It seems like a long time ago, but back in January, we had a discussion with regard to the city's expiring tax sharing MOU with the County of Fresno, and the council at that time voted to extend that agreement, the existing agreement, by another year through February 2023. Since that time, city staff has been in contact with county staff discussing potential terms or, what a new agreement would look like. In the meantime, other cities around the valley have been also negotiating with the county for the same purpose of establishing a renewed tax sharing MOU. And just for background, this MOU, what it governs is as the city of Selma and any city is growing, and the need for annexing unincorporated county land into the city limits, this puts in place a framework so that we know how much of the property taxes and sales taxes and other funding streams that come to the city as a result of new development on this land, how we're going to split it with the county, because essentially the county is there to protect ag land as when it comes to land uses, right? They're protecting ag land. And if they're going to give up ag land for development purposes, then, they have to take there's a charge for that, right? And so I think at that time there was a discussion about what is the appropriate amount for tax sharing, property taxes, and that kind of thing. rather than what staff is proposing now, since we have several months before the extension expires in February, rather than negotiating, in open session during city council meetings, is to bring two council members, to the table outside of, the normal council meetings, and then whatever is discussed with the city, whatever is negotiated with the county at that time, we bring it back to the full council for consideration. And I think that would engage the council in a much more efficient way to be able to agree to terms with the county. At the end of the day, I doubt that there's very little flexibility with the terms that the county is putting forth and proposing. But at the end of the day, I believe our council should be engaged with those discussions. And this was actually a recommendation made by our city attorney to establish this ad hoc committee for the sole purpose of negotiating a new tax sharing MOU with the county. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the city manager?
Yeah, city manager, I just have a quick question. I know when they did their presentation, they mentioned City of Selma. Right now, we're getting one third. The City of Selma gets 1/3, they get 2/3.
Roughly speaking, correct. It's a 62 to 38% split.
Okay. 62 to 38. So what are they negotiating? I mean, what are we looking to? Because I agree. I think that our city should be getting more, because there are areas that really need the help and they're ignored. And even if you call county, and speak to supervisors, it doesn't get done, and so I do agree that we need to at least take care of those issues. And if there is an agreement that we can come to an agreement, I think it's going to take not just an ad hoc committee, but it's going to take more than that, where the cities get together and kind of push back, because I think that's the only way that the county will take it serious. And they have the money. They have the money to give, I think, more to the cities because the cities deserve it. So
I will share that there's some cities that have pushed back, most notably the city of Fresno. One of the benefits of having a tax sharing agreement in place is that when we do have these projects that require annexation, we're not held up, for multiple years negotiating individual tax sharing arrangements with the county, because that really is what's going to end up happening. If we don't have an agreement in place, then for each project that comes along that requires annexation, we have to go negotiate with the county. And that process, if we see the flow chart, it could take years. And actually that's Fresno has been at a standstill with its development on the fringes of the city because they don't have this agreement in place. I think Sanger recently, if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on this, recently agreed to renew their agreement virtually under the same terms. The county's position, as it's been expressed to us, is that they want to have all the cities under the same terms, and that's been historically what has happened in the past. So whether there is any wiggle room there, I can't tell you right now, but it's worth asking the question. Absolutely.
I think it's a good plan. I think it's actually the right thing to do. I think the real word is just representation, right? So we can at least explain what the process and what the needs are in Selma. So I think that's really good.
Well, I have the experience of being on LAFCO for a number of years, local agency formation commission, an alternate who really just votes on the annexations of these areas. And Sanger just did a reorganization, and they just annexed Academy, the reorganization of Academy. I got to sit in on that vote, and it was contested. It was definitely two sides on that, and the city ended up annexing it with a guarantee to provide water to the annexed area. But part of that agreement that LAFCO looked at is you have a tax sharing agreement with the county, and Fresno is such a big entity. They don't have a tax sharing agreement with Fresno County. And they're probably like the only city that can do that because they are right there in terms of more population and area and a lot more sales tax revenue. So they're the one pushing back, and it would be nice if we smaller cities could rally under that banner and get a better split with them, because certainly the 62-38 doesn't really seem fair when we annex that area. And we have to provide the water. We have to provide the public safety. We have to send the fire trucks out. It's the costs on the city's part. Why is the county still benefiting from that? And on a continuous basis. So in terms of equity, it doesn't seem equitable for the county to get that split. But it is. And I don't know how an ad hoc committee will really help us achieve that goal. If it would, I'd be all for it, but I haven't heard of any city other than Fresno actually contesting the sales, the tax sharing agreement. If we all, as Councilmember Guerra said, got together, that might be a different story. And this could be something for COG too, Council of Governments, for the cities to get together. I don't know if a metropolitan planning organization would actually be a spearhead for that, but it's a place for people to get together to do that. And I don't really know the origins of 6238. Do you? I mean,
No, not
what's
at all.
the magic of those numbers, right?
I don't know.
So it seems like it's an arbitrary percentage that they've always had. If there is a better shot for us to get this to prevail on Fresno County, I think the ad hoc committee might work. Otherwise, it's just, again, I don't know the next steps for what the ad hoc committee would actually be doing.
No, that's a good question. I believe Fresno, the mayor had directed staff, the city manager, to negotiate directly with the county on this. Every city handles it differently. Ultimately, it is something that's approved by the council. So essentially, we're deciding right now, at what point does council get involved, right? Because ultimately you're going to be involved, whether it's approval or denial or anything like that. But I think it's helpful to get your input early on in the process to help direct staff. And if, the decision of the ad hoc committee with the full council's blessing is to say, well, staff, you negotiate directly with county staff and with their board of supervisors, then we can do that. But at the end of the day, it's really a decision as to how early the council is going to get involved in these decisions.
And if Fresno wins, that would really set a good precedent for the smaller cities.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on that.
Does that look?
But I know there's been a lot of back and forth and contentious relationships, which may be improving or they may be getting over the hump. I'm not privy to those conversations, but could be.
It looks like they might be with arena numbers, that deal that the city of Fresno did with the county and the Measure C.
Mm-hmm.
City of
I'm not
Fresno
sure.
got more money for the cities in return for lower numbers. So that might be changing. Just another question: if there was an impasse, if the city didn't agree, if the city of Selma didn't agree with Fresno County and nothing happened, would the 6238 be in place, or would there just be no agreement?
There would be no agreement.
Okay.
Yeah, that agreement would expire, and any project that
Disaster.
requires annexation, it would come to a standstill essentially.
And maybe they don't want that precedent either. Maybe they don't want to say, okay, well, we'll just do 60-40, because then every other city would want that or better.
Yeah, and I think currently there's a clause in the agreement that says that every city, if a city gets a different rate, then every other city has to get the same one. So it's like a Me Too clause
favored
kind of.
nation.
Yeah,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you for that. Have any other comments?
Mayor, if I could add, one of the reasons that the recommendation was made for the ad hoc, and maybe I shouldn't say recommendation, it's an option. Really, what that gives the city council is the ability to have candid, confidential conversations. Ad hoc committees are something that our law office uses with other cities, like Porterville has been using an ad hoc committee for their cannabis dispensary items that have been ongoing. So that's one benefit of having the ad hoc committee, that you could have this committee set up and it allows for just conversations and discussing this, where without it, maybe a closed session wouldn't be permissible for this type of discussion. So that's one thing to mention with that. And it's obviously the council's decision, but it doesn't have to be either or. You could maybe do an ad hoc committee and then also engage, the county along with other cities as well. So
Can you circulate it so each member of the council gets to be on this ad hoc committee, so everybody gets an experience?
I've never come across any rule that disallows that. I would think that's fine.
So you're
everybody gets
saying if
knowledge.
there's more
Can't be a quorum.
negotiations, there would be more, they would be able to have some negotiations, that council could have some true negotiations, come back and the council would be aware of, correct?
With the ad hoc, what I had envisioned when I discussed this with the city manager was that, these would be internal meetings where two members of the council would meet along with city staff to support the discussions. I hadn't thought about, the ad hoc engaging directly with the county, but yeah.
I mean, the ad hoc would directly discuss it with the city staff and the city staff. Then they could come and relay
Yes,
it to us.
yes, that's correct.
Ultimately, it still comes to the council for the approval.
Yeah, but at least we have an ad hoc, we have people talking to them where we're not, involved, so.
Well, and who negotiates for the county?
Right now, the Public Works and Planning Department is the lead on this item.
It's not the supervisors. It's not the board itself.
No, they're not doing the direct negotiations
So there's always removed
in
there.
between. Yeah.
Got it. I mean, I would be for it if there would be some sort of rotation where every council member got an experience of what's going on with the negotiations rather than limiting it to two council members who kind of make it their own.
Totally permissible. And the motion or, the item could be amended so it could be proposed that way.
What would the time limit be, council, for that rotational?
Yeah, I make a motion, we just select two. We just select individuals.
And then what's the rotation?
I mean, just, what do you mean?
Like,
You wanna,
You get
wanna
like
have-
every
yeah.
3 months, you get a new people. Because if you have two people, I mean, what's the point? You get two people who know it, but
Well,
the
then they
rest of
come
the
back and
council
they just
doesn't
talk to
know.
us And they give us the information. That's what the ad hoc committees should be doing. I mean, they should be giving out information that they talk. and they-
Well, if we can't have a closed session, how can the two come back and give it to council? Would it be open session?
It could be open
Got it.
session because then, eliminates.
But then why have an ad hoc? The point is to make it confidential and to find out what's going on there. Why wouldn't we just get an email from the city manager to all of us?
Well, my opinion would be that this way you actually hear it from the boots on the ground. Like, we had the Public Works come in and tell us from their perspective. And then this way, for me, it's you get to hear it from the people that are actually doing the work. And then you have the council's perspective from what policy, is being set. And so that's why I feel that it would be good to have two people from the council.
Which I'm good
as a-
with, but I don't
ad
want it
hoc.
felt, I'm sorry, are you done?
Not really, but go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I make a motion, we put Blanca Navarro.
I'm not done. I
I'm
mean, I
still
want
making a motion to put Blanca Navarro and Bev on the.
I think the councilwoman had the floor.
Councilmember
And yeah,
Navarro.
and I actually was gonna make that same motion, was that I was gonna motion for Mayor Pro Tem Bev and myself to be on this ad hoc committee.
I'll second it.
Okay, so now we'd have discussion. So now I get to talk. Yeah, I don't see how that's positive necessarily, because then we have two council members who get all the information and feed it back to the city council. I mean, we should have all the council members should be able to get that information from staff rather than just two. And I don't understand what the problem is with rotating the council members, but okay. Do we have any public comment? Or comment on the floor? Okay, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Mayor Robertson, no. Okay. Next topic is Hula Day Extravaganza Special Event Fee Adjustment.
It's just fun to say, right? Thank you, Mayor and council members. Good evening, Amy Smart, Community Services Director. I
I think I'm the only one that talks too loud, so I apologize. Let me get this mic the right way.
All right, you're keeping us awake.
You're welcome. So my department has been meeting, I've been meeting with my supervisors recently over the last couple of weeks to discuss ways that we can continue to grow our community services program. I feel we do a fantastic job at the Selma Arts Center. Our senior center programs are thriving. Some of our recreation programs are thriving, but that doesn't mean that we can't continue to grow our programs. So one of the things that we've discussed is how do we do more family-friendly community style events and sponsor them as the city. The city should be looking at quality of life programs that bring families together and also bridge the gap between the families and our economic development side for our businesses. So one of the ideas that we had recently come up with was to do a holiday themed event in the downtown area. And this would help encourage downtown foot traffic. I've hosted these type of events in other communities, and it's a really great opportunity to get these businesses, especially in the downtown area or anywhere where we decide to do them in the future, to partner with them to bring people to those areas. With this one event, what we would like to do is host this holiday event in the evening time. We have a tentative date scheduled and also partner with those businesses. And by doing that, we came up with the Grinch theme. So that's where the Hula Day comes from. So we would be encouraging local businesses that wanted to participate to host a Grinch in their businesses. And then each attendee would get a map. They would get to go around and find all the Grinches and really kind of encourage them to step into some of these businesses that they might not normally step into. In addition to that, we've also recognized clearly that there are small businesses that might not quite be able to start their own business yet. So we wanted to invite those vendors out to participate in this event as well. However, when we did that, we did look at the master fee schedule. In reviewing that, we found that our master fee schedule currently reflects about $100 for a vendor booth fee at any city-sponsored event. In addition to that, because these vendors would be selling, they would be subject to having a business license, which could be another cost for them, obviously varying type of business, whether they're home occupancy permits, et cetera, et cetera. So before you today, what we're requesting is a one-time exception to this policy. Obviously, we will be discussing pop-ups at future events, but this $50 fee would give them the opportunity to be at the event, sell their products, and also include a business license for that 3-hour time limit. So it wouldn't extend into any other time. That business license wouldn't be valid the next day. It would only be valid during that time. We feel it's a great way to partner with the small business community that maybe has not yet opened their own business, but also recognize that we have many businesses in the city of Selma that do have businesses and do have brick and mortar stations. And for me, it was finding a way that we could bridge that gap. So that is the recommendation or the request before you today. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for?
Amy, I have a question.
Yes.
Now, is this including like the pop-up the entrepreneurs that are starting a business?
Absolutely.
this is gonna
Absolutely. And I'm
include-
actually working, one of my right hands in developing these ideas is actually, her name is Renee, and she is one that has hosted pop-ups in this community before. And she sees the value in it, and she definitely wants to partner because we do want to provide an avenue for these businesses to showcase their products. However, we still want to make sure that we're doing it within the legal, the legal limits that is outlined in our municipal code.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is, how did you come up with the fee of $50?
What we did is we did kind of a market rate study. We looked at like type of these type of events in community around us, what we've seen from the pop-ups around here and other communities. And that $50 fee seems to be kind of standard. It's usually anywhere from $40 to $80. But we also tried to come in a little bit lower because this is the first time the city's ever done anything like this. We really want to attract as many people as possible to participate.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because I do think that even going lower would be better, to be honest. I think that just because what we've heard earlier, and I really do think that in order for us to be, business friendly, we should consider going lower. It's not going to hurt. And the more growth, the more profitable it becomes, then, we can revisit the fees. But I think to start it off, we should go lower, and to me, it's well worth it because I've seen it, In fact, we were involved with one of the first ones that they did here in Selma. And they got a lot of people. I mean, it was a great event.
Right.
And I can see it, coming, I mean, it's getting bigger and better. And I do believe that it's part of the future, and we need to be business friendly and we need to support it. So I'm willing to even say, going, what, $30 would even be probably better.
It's evolving. Business is evolving. Things are getting smaller scale, side hustles. This is the pop-up, could be the wave of the future. And Selma needs to be on top of that. We need to be out front of that. I know that some neighbors are inconvenienced by some things that happen, but we need to move our city forward, and we need to make policy at our level, at the city level, to reflect the realities rather than being years and years behind, depending on these brick and mortar type of organizations that are not really propelling us forward as a city. We need to change with the times, and let's face it, the pop-ups are getting the numbers. They are. So this is forward thinking. I applaud you for thinking forward on this. I think along with Councilmember Guerra, $50 is too much for this single event. Let's see how it does. I mean, this is kind of a seed event. I think we've heard one of the council members constantly talk about seeding and seed money. So let's offer some seed incentive here by reducing that fee to 30 or 25 or something that's really marginal, because that's not the point of this event. It's to see if it works, a fun themed event, and then to keep repeating it and to help businesses come to Selma, because that's just what we do in Selma. We get these ideas that are pretty good, and then we chase them away. And unfortunately, yesterday we started chasing them away again. And that's too bad, because this is our city, and people give lip service to wanting to change. And then we have issues like yesterday where, we have young people who have 2 hours to go in their pop-up, not hurting anybody, and they're shut down. That's not good for young people who are doing the right thing. We've heard from various members of the citizens that we need more of this type of event. We need to incentivize commerce, and this is one good way to do it. I again applaud you for this creative way of riding that wave of pop-ups and taking it in the future and having Selma on the forefront of it. So I'm all for it. I just think we should reduce the fee.
Hi, Amy, I got it. Great presentation. So I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
So we're talking about an event to go, where's this event gonna be held at, in the park, or where are you gonna do it?
Ideally, I would like to do it in the downtown, right down the center of the street, right in front of Selma.
So just the mayor said that brick and mortars are no longer existing. They're dissolving. I am one of the brick and mortars. BevCho is one of the brick and mortars. We pay taxes. We pay a license fee. We're also going to get increased by a BID, Business Improvement District. That's going to improve our businesses that we own. We own the property. We're not an insurance company that just take this service. We actually sell. You're trying to promote people to come into our restaurants because you know that
That's negative.
the police department and everybody else gets sales tax that pays their wages, correct? So I have an analysis, because that's what we live on, right? Analysis. What's the analysis on the fact of how much pop-up events bring to the city revenue?
Currently, right now, for the city, it would just be any special event permit fees.
Okay.
And then
So-
if they had business licenses and they
Because they
taxes.
bring their product and they bake and then they sell it and they have no sales tax, but they sell it and they get that money. Okay, so, and I'm for pop-up events, but I'm definitely to understanding commerce. Commerce is dictated by brick and mortars. The city downtown is brought by brick and mortars. The heart of our community is by a brick and mortar. Would you not agree to that?
I agree. Yes, they are very important.
So everybody's downtown is the heart of their downtown, right? The old downtown. So in questioning what you said in regards to lowering the fee to $30, it could be free, because in reality, that little business is going to bring people to walk, and right. what conversations are you having with the brick and mortars as you're talking to these pop-up events? What are you talking to? How are you talking to the vendor like ourselves? How are we promoting? Are we thinking about doing that also?
As far as the actual businesses? Yes, so that is actually why I created the Grinch program. So that what I want to do is I want to have each business place those Grinches somewhere in their store.
Yeah.
And that map, and it encourages people to walk into those. So this, for me, when I've done these events historically, this is a way to bridge the gap between the brick and mortars and the pop-ups at the
And I
same
love
time.
that event because I know that someone brought one time, they brought in, they were having booths right in front of the businesses, and we actually got, all the businesses got together and gave a little extra money, so they could go and give prizes. And one of the things I would love for you to consider is that go to all the restaurants and business and ask them for a little extra, maybe
Yeah.
10, 20 bucks, and tell every business to decorate so we can really look like we really love our holiday, Christmas, right? And that brings, that's commerce, okay? It's not about saying you're deleting a business, brick and mortar business, and just bring people in. You talk about uniting the brick and mortars with them. So I welcome the idea. You could even talk about being it free, but I want to make sure that you're having the conversation with the brick and mortars, because at the end of the day, those are our heart. Those are the heart of the downtown. Those, not insurance companies, tax offices, it's restaurants, it's people that bring businesses to come and just come buy a little knickknack. We want that. We welcome that. So when you're negotiating those things, I really want you to understand, go out there and talk to them businesses, because getting them all together and working them together is when you bring more people and unite our community. So I hope that you add that idea, that you talk to restaurants to give you a little extra money so we can promote and better and beautify our downtown so it can look really Christmas.
No, I absolutely love it. Actually, the last time that we hosted that event, we actually did basically a window painting competition. And we were able to collect funds and do things like that to do these prizes. So I can say, and I hope at least you guys are already aware, what we're starting with today is just the start of what the vision that I see. Give me till next year, and it's going to just get that much bigger. But we have to start somewhere. We've got to get this idea going. We've got to attract the people. But again, I can't stress enough, especially, I mean, I used to run a chamber of commerce. I know how important all types of businesses are to our community, and the magic is in combining them all together and finding ways for them to work together. That's where we see the success. It's not in one style or the other. It's really everybody coming together and partnering. And when we do that, that's when the magic happens.
Right, and it's not either or. It's not either pop-ups consisting of businesses who are not quite yet ready to rent space. But I didn't have a chance to develop my thought, unfortunately, before I was attacked by Councilmember Trujillo based on his misunderstanding. But they start as a pop-up and then they develop into fixed base operators, people who hopefully would rent space and buy buildings and take care of their buildings. And I think that's really important to have. And there's also, click and mortar, the companies that are also an internet presence as well, which the city of Selma should really have and should really promote. And let me back up. There's no dissolving of brick or mortar. We own a building downtown. We have since 2006, the old JCPenney building, which was the prime retail space in Selma for a long time. And we turned it into an office building when no one else was renting downtown. So, I mean, that space was a place where it had kind of fallen into disuse, a little bit like our downtown. And for 10 years, I've been trying to get a business improvement district, and we finally were able to do that and to get that this year. And it's important to not find reasons to not grow and to try new things, which is what we're hearing from Representative Councilmember Trujillo tonight, which is just do brick and mortar. We also need to think about moving forward into the future. And when we have a chamber that doesn't have an executive director and is not moving us forward, but doing the same thing that it's always done, And God bless them for doing that. I mean, I appreciate the band festival. I appreciate it, but we need to keep looking for ways to stay current and to move forward into the future. So that is not an attack on the chamber. It's just a reality. And these pop-ups are coming along and they are getting people and they're getting younger people who are excited about doing crafts. So you can put whatever political spin you want on what I said. But the reality of the situation is these pop-ups are attracting young people who are excited about coming in and don't have the money to rent their own place at this point, but hopefully someday will because they're bright and they're industrious. And I'd rather have them coming in and doing pop-ups than going out and selling fentanyl. You know, let's give them a good avenue of their creativity where they can come in and go legal and do it the right way. And let's not harass them. Let's foster them. Let's help them. Let's nurture their growth. And that doesn't mean ignoring the chamber. That just means have the chamber do what they're doing and do it well, but also move into the future with other forms of business, which I think you're trying to do, Director Smart. So I applaud you for that, and I thank you.
Amy, I also want to say, I want to thank you for everything you do. And I know coming up with these events, you know, you're doing a fabulous job. And I want to commend you for everything you do because I know that you include every business. And I can ask Bev Cho if she's not been included. And if she said she has not, I know she wouldn't say that because yes, she has. And I'm sure that Mr. Trujillo has also been included, his restaurant. And you're doing a great job by bringing all the businesses together. He may just say, or we're just an insurance company, but we do a whole lot for this community and everyone knows it. So for him to, you know, talk about, oh, we're divided, we're negative, you know, that's a negative comment, very negative. And I don't appreciate it. But I want to thank you for everything you do.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Amy, I just wanted to, you know, commend you for the triple Ps, the public-private partnerships, because this is exactly what you're doing, as you're putting together the public and the private entities, and you're partnering up with this. And this is something that I know I've heard in the community for us to have, you know, like these events downtown. You know, let's have fun stuff. Let's have, you know, great things. And so you're bringing that to the table, and I really applaud you for that. And you know, I like the pop-up events, but when you have, you know, safety, that, I mean, thank God nothing happened, but those 2 hours, a lot could have happened. You know, there could have been a lot of stuff that happened. There could have been an emergency that traffic, I mean, I wasn't there, but I'm just thinking downtown, if that was in my neighborhood, you know, public works wouldn't, or not public, but public safety would not be able to get through there, you know, as fast as they could. Again, nothing happened, thank God, but these are the things that we're trying to minimize those risks, right? So, and we have to follow rules. So one of the again, I'm so excited that you're, you know, including this. And one of the things is, you know, I'm okay with reducing the fee, but one of the things I did want to point out is that we are looking at, you know, the general vendor booth is $100. Plus you're also talking about a business license. Mind you, it's only 3 hours, but you know, a compromise is great. So the $50 is good, but yeah, I'm okay with reducing it. But I just, again, wanted to commend you for the 3 Ps.
I need to say something. I just want to, you know, the words were used like a tax and things like that, but I moved to Selma in 2000, took ownership and started renting a building in 2000 in downtown. It used to be I don't know, I think it was Designing Women, they were sewing. And I started building my restaurant. I built my office in 2004. In 2014, I built a restaurant. I built a restaurant in 2014. I lent the art center, my building across from my restaurant, to have an art center. And in 2017, I started and I finished the restaurant. I employed 18 people. And when someone says that I'm not passionate about brick and mortars, I'm not saying that I'm dissolving or saying that we get away from pop-ups. I'm just saying that in 2021, when I started my wine room that I have right next to my restaurant, in downtown Selma, and I'm probably the only one that's built this. And I invested all my money and we went through COVID and we closed and a lot of restaurants closed. We as business owners that are in our city or community are passionate. So I'm not being negative to young individuals. Those young individuals, they come probably and do some of their taxes with me, just the same way they probably buy insurance from them. It's the mayor. All I'm saying is that when we start building something and we start being cohesive, we gather everyone together. And so if someone takes it as a negative punch or, when I said insurance company, I said a tax office. Guys, I want you guys to know that in 2016, in 2017, I moved my tax office from downtown so I can build a restaurant, and phase 2 is to build a wine room because I knew that I want foot traffic to go coincide with the art center. So when we start talking about and start pointing fingers, you look at it and you drive into downtown, Max's Brunch House Cafe is the only restaurant in downtown and my other restaurants. So you can attack me all you want, but at the end of the day, I love Selma. That's why I'm investing in Selma and I have employees. So you guys can attack me all you want, but I still have a say here. I'm a businessman and all I'm asking, Amy, you're doing a great job. But when there's personal attacks, I need to respond and I apologize, but there's no attacking here. I'm a real businessman that's invested the money. So other than that, I'm not here for anything else.
Okay, my turn. You talk about oldness. I think my building is probably one of the older ones also. We've been in our building since 1967. So I think I am definitely the dinosaur on this one. What I like to see is I love your energy and I mean, anything bringing into Selma is good, but to me, we do need to do it together, okay? Chamber basically is a major. We can all work together is the kicker. It's not chamber this, city this, pop up this, okay? We need to be able to do it together because every group has their own ideas, their own, things that they've learned and they can share it. The young people, yes, they could listen to us old people. We do know something. We survived this long, so, and I love seeing young people survive, and creative because I mean, that's what I thrive on, because my time's almost done. It's fine, but I want to see you guys succeed. And that's what we should put out there because we do want to see that. I mean, the negative stuff gotta stop, and whatever we can do, help each other, each group should be able to help each other. And that's all, organization in Selma, all the different groups of people. And that's what the world's about. It's the human race we're supposed to be working with. So take care of them. Thank you.
Any comments from the public?
Can you hear me? Louis Quintana, 2435 Chaparral. I think there's a lot of words being slung around that are definitely just misrepresentation of what actually is happening. Nobody's harassing anybody. I don't see that happening. I think it's just concern to do it in a proper way. Let's lead the youth to do it according to our ordinances. I think it's a great idea, Amy. I think it's an awesome opportunity. But let's help them understand how business works. And I would say, I mean, we heard from the gentleman earlier, there's a lot of people coming from out of town to do these pop-ups. And I would say, are they going to plan to open a business here? No, they just want to come and make money. That's just the reality of it. If you have any concerned citizens, Mayor, I think it's this. I was concerned for the safety of our community. There's been talk here in this chamber about response times from EMS. I mean, that's a big deal to have a 2-hour window of safety being, a challenge for my community. I was told earlier about a murder happening next door to my property. Of course, I'm concerned about safety in my community. And these are things that we need to always bring forward to keep at the forefront. Let's do it right. Let's be generous and let's maybe consider reducing some of the fees. But I think the word slinging, the attacking, I think there's misrepresentation of what's actually happening here. And I think, again, shame on us for, arguing about it and going circular about it. Let's get to some questions and answer those questions, but get some solutions, make a reduction in the fee if you need to. But again, I don't think there's any harassing going on. I don't think Councilman Trujillo is harassing any current business owners. I think it's just a concern. What is it going to do for our business? Hopefully it'll bring business and attract people to spend money where we get some tax revenue from that. But also, I mean, considering again how it's done, I'm not sure if even reducing the amount would be enough to make up the difference with taxes, you know, of the sales of the people that come through. So anyway, there's a lot to talk about, but I think there are just some words that are being slung around that are misrepresentation, representing us, voicing our concerns. Thank you.
Teresa Salas, 1701 Dinoba Avenue. The pop-ups bring people to our community. They bring other outside businesses. They're fun, but we have businesses in our community who have paid their business license, who buy their inventory. They're trying to make a business happen and continue. When we let the pop-ups come in for a small amount of money, the city's making $200 or whatever the fee was to allow them to have the pop-up. The organizer of the pop-up is getting money because they're charging each person for their space because they're the organizer. So that's how they're making money. All these people come in, they sell their goods. They aren't collecting sales tax. They're taking all of their profit and going home to wherever it is they live. Because I can pretty sure that the majority of them don't live in Selma. Those that do, yeah, they may turn around and spend what profit they make in their community, but the rest of them are not. I think it's you're putting a burden on the businesses here in Selma who have worked to establish their businesses, and you're allowing somebody to come in and take away from their own businesses. They're selling stuff that the flower shop lady is selling. They're selling things that, you know, the drugstore is selling. They're selling things that the craft lady down the street is making in her business and trying to sell and having to charge sales tax and having to pay her business license. So it's not fair to let these people come in all the time and take away the business from our established businesses here in town. Having this event, like Amy says, it's a fun thing. It's to attract people into our community. That's great. Allowing the pop-ups to happen. She's talked about charging them a fee and incorporating the business license. So they're going to be aware that you need a business license to do something in our city. The pop-ups don't give that information to these people who are renting spaces. What Amy is doing is having a pop-up, but making it along those same guidelines too. You still have to have a business license in order to participate in something in our community. The other thing that I have a concern with, and I don't know if Amy is able to address that or not. I know that when we have like the 3rd of July function, we have to meet Fresno County guidelines as far as food preparation and how things are handled, hand washing stations, all that has to be provided.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Kim Abbott, 1701 Dinuba. I know there's issues. This is the thing in the future, guys, these pop-up. But if you look back in the past, look at our band festival. We had pop-ups there, food vendors, the Raisin Festival. We have pop-ups then. People sold their items there as well. They came to our community, but also they spend money in our community, get gas, food, whatever they need here. So we want to capture the people coming into our community. We got to develop a plan to bring people into our community, not just say, hey man, chase them away. You don't want to do that. That's not being business friendly, guys. Other developers will say, hey, you know what? Someone doesn't have a festival, not very good. They don't have a Raisin Festival. They don't, these car shows and stuff like this. These are items that people bring through our community, and they're out of towners. This is a good thing. And also, we had the farmers deal downtown. About a year. That brought people in our communities in our downtown area. Unfortunately, some of our businesses weren't open to capture that business, downtown area. I would if I was a business owner. But that's the reality of life, you know. You gotta think about it in the long run. This is the thing in the future, guys. This is guys bring business into our community. This is young people are starting to be innovative. I'd rather see kids innovated than see them on. I do, right, Chief?
Thank you.
I looked at both of you.
All right, appreciate it.
I have a
Anyone else? Okay, can we just do a public comment and then we'll come back to council?
Sure.
1057 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. I think obviously when you own a building, you actually bring property tax. I mean, we pay like I believe 8,000 a year for our building that we own. Not too sure if Mr. Trujillo owns his building, but we do bring in property tax every year. Also, the fact that I really commend Amy, it's obviously that she's actually talking to the citizens out there and what they want here in Selma. So I can guarantee you are definitely talking to the citizens. We've been talking to them for many years and they definitely want these kind of events. These people that come in, pop-ups, whether they're young, there's families that work together and sell coffee or whatever it is. And it's just nice to see a family orient place where we can come to. It doesn't sound like Amy's going to do this every day in our town. It just sounds like it's a different idea. And it's obviously, again, she's talking to the citizens on what they want. So I appreciate Amy listening to the citizens of Selma and coming with new ideas. And it's something we've obviously been trying to do for many years, just like the lights, just like the music. There's always pushback. There's always reasons why not to do it. There's always negativity and others try to commend somebody who throws out the shots first and commends Mr. Trujillo when they started first. So it's just really unfortunate that they try to use this negativity and separation where when we do events, they're always pretty successful. And yes, it should be more where we get together and we could do even much more things together and not be so separate. But it's obvious and people are definitely see what is really happening in our city. And but again, Amy, thank you for being out there and listening to the people because you're obviously listening to the same people we've been talking to for many years. Thank you.
More public comment? Anybody online? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about the band festival of the people, the vendors out there. My Lions Club has done it quite a few years before. We don't do it anymore, but most of the time at that time is usually organizations like Lions Club, Kiwanis Club, or churches. It was not just outside people. Michael basically trying to keep it within the community. So to me, I don't know if it's changed since then, but we don't do it anymore. But so we can't just say we let everybody in at certain things. So that one was, what I wanted to say.
Mr. Mayor, my name was mentioned a couple of times by your wife, so I'd like to do some clarification. John Trujillo, 1955, 1957 is owned by John Trujillo. I employ 19 or 18 people. I pay sales tax and I pay employee taxes. I just want to make sure it's cleared. And again, I am not harassing anybody. I'm not yelling at anybody. I'm not pointing at anybody. I have the right as a business owner and I have a right as an investor in this community as an elected official to dictate how this money gets put. And again, like I've stated before, I appreciate this program and I'm willing to give money so I can make sure we can decorate our downtown. And you're doing a great job. So in that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve to give her the extravaganza, the exemption. Correct.
Is there a modification to the $50 fee
Yeah,
for
let's go- yeah,
25
yeah.
instead of 30?
Let's go 25. You want to do 25?
And I'll second it, Amy.
25, right?
Yes.
Right, and then so we have a first and a second. I'll just get my comment in. We had a few meetings ago, we did have a comment from Councilmember Trujillo about insurance agencies not having any kind of operating expenses. You have a family business, Mr. Robertson. And I just wanted to note that for 6 years, I volunteered for the animal shelter as a operations person, the HR person, doing the employee handbook, doing the payroll, doing the hiring and firing, writing all the checks, which you would know as a tax service, and doing the tax returns is very time consuming. And I did it for free. So I do know what it's like to have employees.
you.
You mentioned that we don't have employees in our family business. We had 6 employees at the animal shelter that I managed. While I was there for 6 years. So just wanted to let you know that I do have experience in that. Thank you.
I commend you for that.
And then, did we have any public comment at this time? Okay, we'll call the roll. Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor Robertson, yes. Okay, on to the next topic, which is information regarding the Rockwell Park Pond project and estimated costs.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item was placed on the agenda because a request was made by Councilman Trujillo at the previous city council meeting in order to clarify comments made by the public about the cost of the Rockwell Pond Park. And so my staff report, I'll just go through the main points to clarify the most essential items. But in general, the city received $4.4 million in form of a grant in 2020 from the California Department of Parks and Recreation. The purpose of that funding was to build a 28-acre public park at the Rockwell Pond area on the west side of State Route 99. The scope of the park that was to be built included a walking trail, a water play park, a new playground, the acquisition of the property from the County of Fresno, 2 basketball courts, an open space area, shelters, restroom, parking lot, lighting, and landscaping. I wasn't here at the time that the application was submitted, but my understanding was that staff at the time estimated that the cost of the park would be $7.7 million roughly, which when that was subtracted from the grant, when we subtracted the grant amount from that amount, it left a $3.26 million funding gap. My understanding is at the time, city staff had planned to fill in that $3.2 million gap using local funds, including development impact fees that had been collected from different developments, the TOT taxes and other sources that had not yet been identified. So after the grant was awarded, staff began to implement the grant project. And as the council is aware, the estimated cost of developing that park eventually rose to $12 million in early 2021. Staff was given direction to also obtain input from the public about additional amenities, including groups, like this youth soccer league, the parents of special needs children and other community groups. And by the time that we came back and incorporated all that feedback, the estimated cost of the full park that was being requested by the community was in the neighborhood of $26.2 million. And my staff report breaks down in 3 phases what was proposed by the design and architecture, the architecture and engineering company that was hired to develop this park. So the first phase, which was included as the first phase in order to build all the amenities required by the Prop 68 grant, was estimated at $16.3 million. The second phase would be $5.7 million, and the third phase would be $4.2 million at a total cost of $26.2 million. In February of 22, the city council opted to accept an offer of a 10-acre land donation to build the park on a donated property at an estimated cost of about $9 to $11 million, which would still include all the original amenities that were proposed in the grant application. So this park is currently shifting the grant funds from Rockwell Pond over to this 10-acre land was proposed to the state Parks and Recreation Department, and we're still pending approval on that request. So this is an informational item only, and so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a couple of questions. And just to clarify, the reason why I put on the agenda is because it's really important that when we start working with staff and we start working with our mindset, what are we doing as a city council? We're looking at what the investment is and what the alternatives are. And, you know, when we started working on this project, we started asking, well, okay, so what is it going to cost? What's the analysis on our public works department going in and facilitating that park? And I mean, that's not even factored in there, where we still got that amount. That's a lot of money that's to be factored in. So when we start talking about, you know, what is a fact and what is false, we want to talk about what the real issues are, because shading what's going on and what's reality, these are realities. I want to make sure that we understand that, you know, this park was also approved with an MOU with a developer. And I think if I'm understanding correct, it's the Selma Development Partners. Cliff Tillian is the one that actually had an MOU with our city. And right now we're still working with that project. That's a project, and that's not the park, but it's a part of our community. So I just wanted to bring this back to our community, because at the end of the day, we gotta really talk about truths. And I thank you for making that presentation, but I just want to make that clear. So other than that, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So anybody else have a comment on that?
Well, I do. I mean, I know at the time, city manager, you weren't here, so. But in going back on the years, we had a plan. Okay, there was a plan in place. And at the time, it wasn't too far-fetched. I mean, now we're looking at 26.2 million, but at the time it was affordable. And I know we talked about there was a gap, you know, but it wasn't too far-fetched. I mean, we're looking at 3.2, 26 million or 3,026,000. And at that time, I believe that we were looking at working on a loan that we said that would incorporate helping the POB, which is the next one, the CalPERS, and then supporting some of that funding would go for this park. But then, of course, 2 years ago, we know what happened. Our previous city manager was fired, and then everything shifted. But I've talked to other people, other cities, and they built parks just as big, and they didn't pay anything close to this amount. So I think that maybe this has to be revisited and look at some of these amenities, and maybe we need to take some of this stuff out and go back to saying, okay, we can start with just doing a few things that it was supposed to be. We need the green space. I really don't want to not consider this park because of the fact that we're not guaranteed that we're going to get the letter from the state of California that says you can use these funds for another park. And then what's going to happen is you're going to have to give that money back.
I would build on that. I agree with everything Councilmember Guerra said. And also, I think we have abandoned the Rockwell Pond Park much too soon. I think what we need to do is a feasibility study between the return on, say, a regional park and a neighborhood park. The 10-acre park that the housing contractor is going to donate eventually, but which hasn't happened, could be contingent on them building houses when we all know that market is not flourishing right now. So that could result in a delay to the neighborhood sort of pocket park. The regional park is a draw. That is going to be something that will bring people from all around. We've heard some disparaging comments tonight about bringing people from other cities. I say bring them all. Bring them all. We already do. We are the nexus. We are a crossroads in Selma, ideally situated on 99. And we've got to stop having this attitude of, we don't want anybody else to come in here. We don't want to be closed. We want to be open. We want to keep attracting other people. We want to attract soccer leagues. And I believe that a regional park, subject to the feasibility study that our city needs to do, so it has more than just anecdotal evidence or philosophies, principles of what should come first. I think a feasibility study could show which one is the better investment and which one provides the return, because, we've all heard and we all know that investment depends on return. You have the initial cost, it looks big here, but what if the return justifies the initial investment? So I think the city needs to look more into the Rockwell Pond regional project before it's put on the shelf. I don't believe the city's even bought the acreage yet from the county, which we need to work on. That needs to be a priority so we can actually buy that and move forward on that.
Just a couple of points of clarification, Mayor, if I may. So with regard to the donation of the 10 acres, that donation is not contingent upon that housing project being developed. That is a commitment that the council approved the MOU with the developer to receive those 10 acres. With regard to, moving forward with the development of the 10-acre park, it would not be staff's recommendation to move forward with that development if the state came back and said, you can't change the location. So that was not something that was recommended. And I think if you recall, back in February when I first proposed that we shift the location of where we used that $4.4 million grant, it was because of the extreme difference in the cost of building the infrastructure necessary to support a park with all the same amenities. You're looking at $26.2 million for a 28-acre park that the maintenance, as Mr. Councilman Trujillo pointed out, was going to be extremely high, whereas supporting the maintenance for a 10-acre park, which is surrounded by housing, low-income housing, much closer to and much more accessible by the community. And we have sewer, we have water, we have streets and roads. So it just made much more sense from an infrastructure location perspective, as well as the cost. I mean, it was going to be almost a third of the cost of the Rockwell Pond area. But also would like to clarify that the Rockwell Pond project has not been abandoned. We are currently in negotiations, as the council knows, to purchase that property still from the county of Fresno. The recommendation at the time was to continue pursuing that project and identify funding that would allow us to actually build the regional park.
I appreciate that.
We are in full agreement that a regional park would benefit. But for purposes of not losing the grant funding, to be able to build a sustainable park cost-wise, to be able to maintain a park with all the same amenities as Rockwell, it just made a lot more sense to change it to a 10-acre park surrounded by housing within the community.
And I appreciate Councilmember Trujillo. I appreciate your comments, City Manager. I appreciate Councilmember Trujillo's bringing up the developer who's working on the commercial. I believe we heard from public-private partnerships earlier, some letters or something, a nickname for it, but it's public-private partnership. And that is the essence of it at Rockwell Pond. If that park goes in, the developer has said that they will develop a commercial mall there, which the city really needs. And also, yes, this is a big price tag, but if you have a commercial development going in at the same time, it is going to be partially reimbursed through the commercial development's impact and development fees that they have to pay, such as the actual sewer line that has to go in and the actual lift station that has to go in. So it is a part of a puzzle out here. This park is not isolated in and of itself. It is part of a larger design, which would include that public-private partnership, that commercial mall. I remember we were really close to getting a target, and CID again was not helpful in terms of keeping us from developing. And then Target's board of directors changed, but I remember I went to the ICSC that Director Smart went to, and the representative for Target was there, and there was interest in that Rockwell Pond area. So why can't we go back and talk to them again and see if we can get them back? Hopefully Target will be coming back again to the smaller cities. I know everybody would appreciate it. I've talked to many people who want a Target here. We finally got our Ross 2 years ago. I remember when that came in and people were thrilled about that, and they're using it, and it's pumping $50,000-$60,000 into the general fund in sales tax a year. And let's remember, our city of Selma pulls in $9.5 million in sales tax a year. That is The next smaller city in Fresno County is 3.5 million in Sanger. We are a commercial entity here and we can't ignore that. And our city is making residential the number one priority. And to my mind, ignoring these commercial opportunities. We need to get back, and I don't want to ignore residential. I don't want to put one over the other, but I think we need to get back to having a balanced look at this and developing our commercial opportunities as well as our residential. And this project offers an ideal way of combining both.
I'd like to concur with you, Mr. Mayor. I think we should make it the first priority to purchase the land, purchase all the land and work that way. That would be something that would help our community.
Do you have any comment from the public tonight?
I have a comment. So I just remind me on the property right now, I know that there's some, still some conversations with that. However, my understanding is we cannot charge anything for that park if we were trying to make any fees. I know that we would probably make money from the commercial land or the retail part of it. But as far as the park itself, we would not be able to make any money from that. So the $26.2 million is basically we're putting it on top of the public works and on top of the safety, the EMS and all of that. Yes, we're going to get money from the developer, but that was my understanding. The way it sits right now is that we're not able to make any money off of that regional park. Do I want to see something there? Absolutely, I do. I don't, again, I commend you for saying that it's not abandoned. We're still looking and pursuing, buying that property. However, we have to really think bigger. We do really have to think about other things, other private public partnerships. I drive down there when I'm coming into town, from up north, and I can envision something there. I can envision, yes, the commercial property. I can envision more housing back there. I can envision that park that people are going to be utilizing, or a park, maybe not necessarily the park that this $4.4 million can bring in, but I totally see something bigger there. So I don't feel that we're abandoning it. I feel that we're looking at other areas that we can still fulfill this grant, because there are certain things that the grants say that we have to do. And so I'm hoping that the state, we can hear something back from the state pretty quickly. But yeah, no, I totally see something bigger out there. I have this vision of what can go out there, and I absolutely am about private public partnerships. So thank you for the information.
Do you have any comments by the public on this topic? Do we have anybody on Zoom or on the phone? We'll bring this back. This is an informational item, so there's no vote to be taken. And okay.
I just want to, Rose Robertson, 1057 Mill Street. I just want to say, now we're behind 2 years. We should have moved forward. There's over 900 kids who play soccer, and this was a couple of years ago. So there's probably like 1,100 kids now that go out to Ringo Park once in a while, and they hurt their knees with the rocks there. They hurt their feet because it's not made for them to play soccer, but there they are doing it. So it's been unfortunate for them because they're very aware on what's happening. Again, also what's over there, what people are not taking into consideration by stopping this project 2 years. We have Farney over there that built a new whole new car dealership. We have the developer Cliff Tatalian that was just here constantly at our meetings, ready to roll, ready to move forward. But I'm just amazed that commercial brings in revenue for our general fund. That's big money. That development all comes together. That's why there's partnerships. So with the Hamptons coming in, I mean, are we forgetting about the Hamptons? There's a lot growing there. And to redirect now 2 years 2 years of redirecting from moving away from that project. We're 2 years behind. And it's very unfortunate for the kids, for commercial to come in, to start looking at it, for a lot could have happened by now. They could have probably opened Stillman by now to have another area to go out and not be so congested in that area, but it's a hold. When you hold on and you want to move a different direction, it's going to cost more money. And it's very unfortunate. So I hope, we redirect and come back to this project and get together and everybody, be a partnership on this. And this will be something that hits the map of Selma, and it'll be very good for Selma. Thank you.
I think we're all for growth. I think we actually see the need for, a nice area and park and residential and business. But I think the concerns were a lot about the safety of the citizens of Selma accessing that part of the city, whether it be a park or, again, more business. Again, if you're on social media, you see all the news around Selma. People are complaining about access and traffic always through that corridor. And so I think, the delay is worthy of, I'd say giving attention to. But however, I think there's a plan that the delay actually involves. And I think it's just more than just a delay. So I just wanted to keep my.
Okay, that will bring the matter back to council. It's an information item. We have another comment. Come on up.
Jim Abelow, 1701 Dinuba again. One thing, guys, you have to look at the long time ago when I was on the council, we had a HIOC committee to develop what we wanted to have in that park over there by Rockwell. And it was created with the soccer field and items that they wanted. They came to the council here and picked on the board what they wanted to see in this park. And they have a dream. When people these were citizens that came to us, not us. They came and picked what they want. So their dreams, and to come here and hear, well, it's going to cost this much money and drill. But when you partner with a developer, that's revenue for the city. That is it might cost maybe 20 million, $18 million. Then in the long run, it's an investment. Same thing as Walmart. When Walmart came in this town, that was an investment. The council stepped up forward and made that investment. That was a lot of money back then for the city of Selma. But look at it now. And also Dwight Nelson, another person that car dealership created in our community. More money came into the city. And all of a sudden later on, we have Food for Less, all these other stores coming in. The Big Five, the Boot Barn, Chipotle, and Starbucks. See, you look at those things in the terms, what is happening in our community, right time, but you have to move on it. In other words, you cannot let developers say, well, we're going to do the part, but if we do the joint partnership, that's where it's at in our community. With the developers, even with housing, they want to see little park spaces, for their kids in the area. See, that's working together. That's working together with our community, making our community grow and making it smartly grow. We got to make sure that our long-term grows with the people that they believe in. We got to carry them out. It's very important because when I was up there, I listened to the people. I wanted their input. It's their town. Not my decision. It's what they want. And you got to look at what they want. That's all I got to say. Take a long look at it, guys.
Or public comment? That will bring it back to council. It's an information item. We will take a 5-minute break, come back at 8:50 and conclude the meeting.
And then nothing, it kept delaying. Here we are, 4 years later, still nothing. So now apparently they want city to pay, pay for the sewer line. And they want to do a zone of benefit agreement, and like I told Fernando, you've got to be concrete because this has happened to us before. And yeah. Exactly. That's why I said I put it in writing. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah. 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 No, I say, if you don't get it. Yeah, yeah. So that's why I'm a firm believer, get it in writing. It's in writing, you have it. If anything happens, we go to court, we have it, So. Sure, sure. Right. Yeah, right, look, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So, and the way I look at that, Dave, is because I deal with I deal with big contractors. These people have big money up in the Bay Area. And no, they're over there. I deal, yeah, I have insurance for them over there. And they don't, this is, once you're in, you're in, they know. It's not what this, so if we're working with these kind of developers that aren't very serious or are worried about them, then those are not the people we want to deal with, We want to deal with people that are saying, when they say they're shovel ready, let me tell you, we have certs going out like this, because that means, Sarah, we need 200 certs because I got so-and-so, so-and-so, these are all my people.
All right, if everybody will take their seats, we'll get started again.
So. Okay, so this is just.
We're on number 7. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're on item 7. This is a information item regarding the 2022 pension obligation bond.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is another informational item that staff has requested to place on the agenda for clarification to the public. As you're aware, the city has issued pension obligation bonds to meet our unfunded accrued liability requirements with CalPERS. The process started in 2021 when the city council authorized staff to move forward with pursuing our restructuring of our UAL. And since then, for the last couple of years, we've been working with Eric Scriven at NHA Advisors to go through the process, to go through the court validation process to make sure that we were okay to issue these pension obligation bonds. Really, the purpose in restructuring the UAL, our unfunded accrued liability, was basically to refinance our obligations with CalPERS. CalPERS had a discount rate, which is effectively an interest rate on the money that we owe to CalPERS of 6.8%. So when we went out to the market and started looking at potential options for refinancing this debt, we found that we were able to obtain a 4.3% interest rate. So eventually, and the main reason was because the city council wanted to get ahead of its obligations with pension, with our pension requirements with CalPERS, so that, it didn't keep growing.
We went too long tonight.
So, we had CalPERS had a really good investment year in 2020. But then in 2021 actually had a negative return, which significantly impacted the city, not just City of Selma, but really every agency, CalPERS agency in California, by increasing their liability for pension. And so that was going to increase our annual payments to CalPERS pretty significantly, actually by over $1 million by 2032. So council was being very proactive in going out and finding a better interest rate on this debt while still taking care of our obligations. Ultimately, with this 4.3% that we're able to close on, we're saving about $500,000 in the general fund over the next 24 years. The full amount that was funded was $14.583 million. And that actually covered about 96% of our unfunded accrued liability, which means that we are way ahead of the curve in terms of our UAL while still saving a significant amount of money in our general fund. So that really is the extent of the information that I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the pension obligation bonds.
Okay, council have any questions? Do we have any comments from the public? Bring the matter back to maybe we won't. Do we have anybody on the line that would like to say anything? Okay. We'll bring the matter back to council. I think it's a typo at the bottom, city manager 57. It said that the UAL restructuring will save the city's general fund about $500,000 a year. That was actually with the previous interest rate when the interest rates were lower at, I believe, 2.3. The city was able to get an interest rate with Umpqua 4.30%. And just based on the handout that we got for that.
You may have an outdated handout, Mayor.
So this is the one with the 4.3%, and it says the cash flow or the savings per year would be 394,000.
Right. There was a later handout that reflected updated terms because that reflected a certain amount of funding and a certain term.
Oh yeah. Did we get those as a council?
Oh yeah, it was presented to the council when the council approved the term sheet. So and I can distribute the
I'd
final
be happy
option.
to show this to you because this is.
Yeah, no, I know exactly
current.
which one you're looking at, which is the outdated presentation. We do have a different one. It's just under $500,000. It's closer to 493, I think. But
Okay.
I will.
No, I'd like to see that.
Sure.
Because I haven't seen that one yet. That would be interesting. Plus, I believe we were the one of two cities that I think Eric Scriven, the financial consultant, said actually refinanced their pension debt in the last 12 months when we did this. And to me, when you have 420 cities in a state and you only have one other city doing it, it may not be the best timing for the city. And that's why I had an issue with financing it, not the actual refinancing of the pension debt, but the timing of it because the interest rates had gone up so much and continue to go up. So I guess it's better than the interest rate will be next month when the Fed increases it yet again. But not as good as it could have been if we would have had a lower interest rate or perhaps waited because, I mean, this is a loan, right? So you got a loan. So you got a loan from Umpqua, paid a couple $100,000 in loan fees, which isn't reflected in the finances.
Oh, it is. $175,000 is the cost of issuance.
Okay, is that reflected in the cash flows per year?
Yes, the full
Oh,
cost of issuance.
Okay, well, I'll look at your updated form because hopefully it'll have it in there. It didn't have it in that, the one I had. But when you only have two cities that are going for refinancing and we're one of them and we don't have a finance director at the time, I guess I was proceeding with a note of caution because it was yet another loan that the city is looking at. That being said, the three on the council went for it, the higher interest rate and the lower spread between the interest rate on the loan and the CalPERS, which can change, by the way, that interest rate. But we also discussed as a council, I think something, and it's in this that I have, this form that I have here, the iBank that city manager, you were looking at finance getting a $20 million loan through the iBank. Are we still looking at borrowing $20 million more, or has that been put on the back burner after the pension obligation bond?
So just to clarify, I mean, the pension obligation bond was debt we already had. So that was the purpose of the court validation process, to go through the court and say, is this actual debt under the law's eyes that we can refinance? Is our unfunded accrued liability actual debt? And the court's answer was yes, you already have this existing debt that you owe to CalPERS. So you are allowed to refinance it. So we essentially did not borrow new money when we issued these pension obligation bonds. It's just another form of debt that we took on to cover our obligations with CalPERS. So now we don't really have an obligation with CalPERS, and we're saving, $500,000 a year in the general fund. So from that perspective, we really didn't take on any new debt. We just replaced one form for another. With regard to your question about the iBank, that absolutely was the direction that staff was given. Actually, we came back and we gave council some options as to whether to continue to pursue an iBank loan or to go with Umpqua Bank, who's also given us really good terms, better than what iBank was giving us for $20 million to support infrastructure funding, which would be paid back with future development for infrastructure that, quite frankly, I think everybody knows we need to do anyway, right? So that iBank loan, we started talking to Umpqua, and we're still in the conversations with them right now. We're working with our city attorney to develop development agreements with these developers so that when we do borrow that money, that we have assurances that that money would be paid back through future development in terms of a fair share agreement. And then obviously there's a longer term horizon for developments that haven't been planned yet. But so that would actually be new financing that we would take on.
That'd
But
be a new loan.
yes.
Okay.
So, but at a much more favorable interest rate, which is why we were looking at both Umpqua and iBank. And just to add to that, the reason we were looking at Umpqua over iBank is because they were offering more flexible terms in terms of how we could repay that funding, whether there was a prepayment option, whether we can receive the money in 2 different segments so that we weren't accruing interest on money that we weren't using yet. So there's a lot there that we explained at our last presentation on the topic, but yes, that would be new money.
And then the 394,000 that's the spread that the city's going to get back, would it be, or I'm sorry, whatever you said, would it be used, did the council direct that money? Refresh my memory if you would. Councilman Trujillo brought this topic back. I didn't, but you piqued my interest. And the question I'm getting there. But the question I have is that money savings, is that something that's up to you to decide where it goes, or did council direct that to go to the park, or did the council change that? Was that does that go to is that dedicated to a particular source? Payroll, for instance?
The specific savings?
Yes.
No, that was not allocated by the council at all.
That's up to your discretion.
No, it's up to the council's discretion when it comes time to adopt a budget every fiscal year.
Okay, I'll go back and revisit that meeting, but so you're saying that savings is going to come back, that whatever 394 times however many months when we get to the budget, we're going to be able to allocate that towards whatever the council wishes to allocate.
Yeah,
it.
it'll
still be there.
Part of the general fund, which we would allocate through our normal budgeting process. I will, remind the council that we do have a fiscal policy to keep, the 20%. And then actually it eventually will be staff's recommendation to be able to invest some of that savings in our section 115 trust so that we can continue to generate returns on those. And actually, when we're generating returns in our section 115, we can actually use that those additional returns on other city services infrastructure in the future.
As I remember, I was on the council that approved the section 115 as a cost saving mechanism to save up for the tax. And I remember we had a policy of all the excess money going into the 115 or for the new park. That's obviously changed with the change in council. But I remember when I got on council 10 years ago, we actually had a credit line. The city had a Tran that they borrowed at the end of the year, and it cost it had a 7% interest rate, and the city needed that just to pay its bills. And so I think people understand and remember those days when money was was tight and we could get back to those days, that we do need to wisely keep this money, this taxpayer money in reserve in the event that we do have tough economic times again. And that's why I was also on the council that approved the 15% and the 5% for the reserve. We went from all debt, having no money, to having that 20% and having the discretion for the new city council and the new city manager to look at other avenues of investing that money. And I'm happy to be part of that building block that we were able to be wise with that. And I just want to be a voice of caution on getting too many loans, because, you know, when times get tough, you still have to pay those loans back, and you've got to make that stroke, and you've got to make that interest payment. Thank you.
I have a quick
Mr. Mayor,
question.
I'd like to just, I hear you, I hear it, and I think, Mr. Manager, you're explaining it, but let me just add a little more to what you were explaining, because from what I understood when they did many presentations, the unfunded accrued liability, in my eyes, goes up, down, right? And there was graphs that he showed us, and he said, you know what, your unfunded liability is like this. And if we do this, which is called the pension obligation bond, he would cut the ups, and that would be the savings. So if we look and we picture an analysis on a graph, you have unfunded liability going up and down, all our employees. And then you just cut it and you move that all the way to 35, you have a savings. But not only do you have a savings, you have the ability as a municipal government to move your finances and actually pay some debt and build. So what do you ask as a city council? What do you ask municipal government? Mr. Mayor, I want to, and I'm not attacking nobody. I want to explain to you, when I do analysis, I don't do analysis by saying how many cities are approving a loan in the year of X amount of year in 2021 or 22. Because we don't do analysis on, oh, well, who's doing a loan today? No, we look at our own finances and we look at our structured plan and we say, what's occurred in the last 10 years? There hasn't been nothing built. So what do we say? As a council with a manager, we discussed the fact that we had unfunded liability going up and down. We cut it in half, extended it to the back, took that savings, put it in the back. So we got savings. Not only did we say that, we said, you know what? We're going to look at borrowing money to invest, to bring our infrastructure to par, which we're not looking at the earnings of the infrastructure that'll give us money, growth, which will give us money in return. We have a fundamental we just don't agree with how we're working with the municipal government. But I'm here to say to you that this is my opinion. This is why I know it. I did the research, I know it. So when we start talking about unfunded liability going up and down, cutting it in half, putting it back, we save. The city saves, we save. But you mentioned being pay raises. The city of Selma had a $23 million reserve, and we hadn't given our staff a raise for 10 years.
That's wrong.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not fighting with nobody. I'm just giving an analysis, and it was a 3-2 vote. So the difference we have here is the fact that we did an analysis and we thought that using our unfunded liability, cutting it in half, extending it to the back end, we're going to have a savings. We're also going to borrow to fix our infrastructure so we can help our developers build. So tomorrow morning we can build our budget. That's me saying it. That's the way I look at it. I'm not here to fight nobody. We put on this agenda so we can have a good response. There's fundamental differences. We have to appreciate those because that's municipal government. And that's where we have politics is the art of persuasion. We persuade each other on our grounds and we move forward. We don't fight. We persuade each other. So I'm just extending what my beliefs are. I don't think they're wrong. I think they're right. So that's my telling of what I think it is. Thank you.
And I just have a quick question, City Manager. Just remind me, I know that we talked about this, and I'm just wondering, why did we have to do this now? You know, I understand we have a liability, the unfunded liability. But when we looked at the rates, and I know you agreed with this because we talked about it back in 2020 when the rates were lower. The interest rates were lower.
I wasn't here in 2020,
Oh, I'm sorry.
2021.
21, okay. When we first started looking at this with the interest rates being lower, and it made sense. But now that, you know, it did take time because we understood it had to go through so much time. Well, we're not honoring, I mean, those rates we didn't get. So now we have higher rates. I'm just wondering, is it something that we could have waited until the rates came down, maybe like next year? Or is it something that you wanted to go this route for the fact that we're funding, we're wanting to fund, like you're saying, the infrastructure?
No, ma'am. That decision was made fully by council because at the beginning of the process, the council said, we're not going to fund anything or approve anything that goes above this interest rate. And that interest rate was 4.3%.
Right.
So we actually fell within council's established guidelines on this financing. Your comment about wanting to use this money to then fund infrastructure did not play at all into the equation. This is simply looking at what is our accrued liability under CalPERS right now? What's the interest rate we're paying right now? 6.8%. Yes, within that time between 21 and 22, interest rates went up slightly, but we actually, and to the mayor's point, I think the point that was made about another city doing this, just one other city, and it was Hanford, I believe, it was a private placement. Originally, the council had said, let's go out to the bond market and find out what municipal bonds are going for right now. Well, that absolutely became not an option because interest rates on the market were just so high. But our municipal advisor actually shopped around our loan and said, is there any bank out there that would actually give us a reasonable rate right now within the guidelines of what the city council had established? And there was only one bank that was doing that, Umpqua Bank, and they had just funded Hanford, which was the other city. So it's not that there was only one other agency that wanted to do this. It was that we happened to be the only other agency that was shopping around for good rates. And we found this one bank. And I think our consultant told us out of 40 banks that they have relationships with, this was the only bank that was willing to do a reasonable rate. So this was not my decision. We brought this to council. We asked for approval within the guidelines of the established minimum and maximum interest rates. And that's what we did.
Comments? Anything from the public? Anybody on Facebook? Facebook, on Zoom? 9:10. Okay, we'll bring it back. This is an informational item. So we have any other input, we will move on. Okay, next item, consider directing staff to coordinate a meeting between the Selma City Council, Selma Unified School District Board of Trustees, and the Selma Healthcare District.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As you may recall, at the last council meeting, Councilmember Guerra asked to place this on the agenda so that the council could consider giving direction to staff to coordinate a multi-agency board meeting between the Selma City Council, the Selma Unified School Board, and the Selma Healthcare District. And so this item has been presented for discussion at this time.
City manager, can you also include cemetery district? Because they're another board as well.
Yeah, if that is the will of the majority, absolutely.
Okay. Do we have any comments on this? Councilmember Kara, did you?
Yes, and thank you for putting this on the agenda, city manager. But like we mentioned, like he mentioned 2 weeks ago, or our last meeting, we had a couple of parents that were, brought to my attention about these 3 children or 3 girls that got hit by a vehicle at the football game crossing the street. And there's been some concerns because looking over at the game, I noticed that there wasn't any police presence directing traffic or anybody out there. And I did make that comment in regards to when my older kids were going to the football games, there used to be police presence everywhere. And they also had, even if it was just the VIPs that were directing traffic, there was someone out there. And that is a major concern because also the lighting is really bad. It's pretty poor back there. So these are the concerns that some of the parents are having. And I have to say, I have to agree with them because, this could have been a tragic, a fatality, and God willing, it wasn't, but it happens. I mean, we just heard, 2 weeks ago, another student from Hoover High was hit, and unfortunately, that poor child did make it. So these are things that we need to look at, and I would like to, we talked about getting together, these boards together, so we can address these issues. And I believe that public safety is one of the #1 topics that we need to consider, along with the road safety, because those same parents asked, why can't they put a stop sign in the middle of the road there so that way vehicles will stop, They do it for Brettlinger Park where the Little League players are playing. So that was something that they talked about. And I think that safety for our children should be a #1 priority. So those are my concerns, and I'm hoping that we can come to an agreement, and all boards can talk about this so that we can work these issues out. Everybody may have an issue there, and we can talk about it. And maybe if they don't have the funding, we may have the funding. We don't have the funding, maybe the healthcare district may have the funding. But this is what it's going to take for our community to be better, is to come together and everybody, voice their concerns or voice what issues they have, and hopefully it'll happen.
So this happened yesterday. We had our debate, public debate. People have been asking for years. Why don't you just get some lawn chairs, come out, talk about the issues at a public place, not someone's private place or someone they're, a board of, but a public place. And we did that. We came out and we discussed the issues yesterday. Well, not fanfare, just getting out and discussing the issues with the folks who wanted to hear about them. And this came up. The board's meeting came up, the board's getting together. And looking at what we did yesterday, you could have meetings like this all the time between the three. You could have them a couple times a year, 3 times, 4 times a year, and you wouldn't have to have necessarily a quorum of each district. You could have 1 or 2 people come out and you could rotate it, or you could keep it the same, but you would have this communication. Again, you don't have to like each other. You don't have to have a lot in common with each other, but we are all on the boards of the city and we could meet for the betterment of the city to keep information going out. Anybody remember the Selma Healthcare District? They used to have $1 million in their account and they kept that. They're with their director. They voted down a website because they didn't want people to know that they had all this money. Now, with the change in leadership, they got a website and they gave out the money. And small struggling nonprofits came to them and were able to get funded where they couldn't get it before. Kind of like these people that go to pop-ups looking for an opportunity and getting a break on the business license. Everybody needs a break to get a leg up, not to get a freebie, but to have that seed money to get better and to do that. This is one of those items where we could tell if we got together as a group, people would learn what we do. Who knows what the healthcare district does? Who knows what the cemetery district does? We need a new cemetery. I mean, these are items that we could tell the public about and we could have a meeting for and get it out. It looks like staff is asking what specific topics. Well, Councilmember Garrett just said it, road safety. Those 2 young women who got hit in front of the stadium. There was no police presence there, no VIP presence. Public safety. Campus safety, the funding on the school districts. I think all of us would like to know that now that we have this $36 million measure coming out after Measure O came out, what that's all about. Bike paths, sewer lines, new residential development that people are talking about, new businesses. What the heck are all these pop-ups doing? The topics are myriad. But if we don't get together and discuss it, no one will know. Cemetery District used to meet and no one showed up. It was in the back room of the library because no one knew what they were doing. This is our job as public servants to get these out. Why do we do this formal stuff? Because we get it out in the public. We do our business in front of the people. That's what we're here to do. And this is another way that we can involve the public and help to spread that knowledge about what's out there to empower our citizens and to give back, because I'm a citizen representative here. I just want to make our town a better place to live and to work. And how can I do that if I don't know what's around me and what these governing layers are? Like this poor person, this person who was doing a pop-up and thought that she went through the whole application process and then was, and by the way, she had a previous pop-up in her neighborhood. So all this uproar about yesterday's event, she'd already had one. And she thought she had gone through all of the paperwork with the city, but was told she didn't. That's why we need to meet. That's why we need knowledgeable people so that people can be empowered to go online and make their decisions and make their events and do what they're going to do and grow in the city rather than saying, forget it. This city's harassing me. I'm moving on. We need to help people and empower people. And I think we can do that at the board level by getting together and sharing our knowledge with each other. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just am wondering, you probably said the vision, because I wanted to know what the vision was, like for me particularly, because I'm thinking, who's gonna chair this? You know, every single board has to follow Brown Act. Every single board has a attorney present. Every single board has, again, their chairs and all of that. So for me, it's like, well, what is the vision exactly that you are envisioning, basically? And like, who's going to be in charge of the agenda? Who's going to be in charge of, you know, the minutes and all of this stuff that, you know, you have to logistically really think about, as far as, you know, finding out what things are happening on what boards. I think, I have to watch my words. Basically, like, people are on boards, like people that we know are on boards and are part of, their members of family members, and they're on boards. You know, I'm sure they could talk about what happens in certain boards. The other thing is, we as responsible citizens should be attending these different, you know, meetings and things like that. The lighting issue, that is a city issue. That would be something that, you know, we as the city would have to address as far as the lighting. Us, whether it's the school board, whether it's the city council, health board, cemetery board, whoever it is, we cannot control what negligent drivers do. So, you know, whether there was a stop sign there or not, that person could have just ran through that stop sign, because we have no control over negligent drivers. So for me, I'd like to see what exactly is the vision for these boards to meet. Again, who's going to be the chair? Who's going to be the secretary? Which attorney is going to attend in these types of boards? Whether you're going to have an ad hoc committee, whatever it is, what exactly is the vision? Because every single board has an administrating officer. And so that administrating officer is the one that goes and talks to the other administrating officers and comes back to their responsive boards, because they all have different budgets. They all have different government codes, school board code or school codes, educational codes, Fresno County codes, whatever it is, they all are governed by different codes. And so it's really, for me, as I'm seeing it, again, I see this through a compliance lens all the time, right? So what exactly, how are you in compliance? You know, and it's not funny, Mr. Mayor, I do see everything in compliance. So again, I like to see more of a, what is the vision of this group or this meeting to accomplish? You know, what is it that they're accomplishing, or what can they accomplish that the administrative staff cannot accomplish? So
I'd like to make a comment. I remember attending, what was it called? Team Leader or Team Selma?
Team Selma.
Team Selma. And that was people from
every entity, and you didn't have to have a board. And I can say, I seen quite a bit of people that attended, including the city, including the school, PD. I remember Char was there, Bev Cho has attended, and you didn't have to have a board. I mean, you didn't have to have a secretary and all of that. Everybody shared their information. So there was no secretary, nobody taking minutes, nobody doing any of that. That's what it was. It was everyone getting together and they shared their information. So I don't know. I mean, it was done before then and the city was involved with the school. Probably with the cemetery district because Bob Allen was there. But it was a lot of people in the community that were involved. And so I don't know. I mean, there wasn't no one taking minutes. There was no secretary. There was nothing like that.
So the,
Oh, go ahead,
so
Councilman.
the question, no, I'm just looking at the agenda item, and the agenda item is coordinate, have, direct staff to coordinate a meeting with all functions of our community. And you guys use the word safety. Well, we voted an SRO officer. You guys voted against it. I mean, we wanted to get another SRO officer. We didn't, I mean, we just merely got it 3-2. And I'm not here to accuse, or I'm just saying, our footsteps, they are our history, what we do in our community. But I mean, the fact of the matter is this: if you want that committee to produce, go out there and ask the head person of the health board if he wants to participate. Ask the president of the school board. Why do we, the function of the city council, they're elected body. They got elected by the community of our city. They have say. So why do we want to be the one that's going to go and say, okay, well, Mr. Manager, I want you to go out there and form a meeting. Why do we have to do that? You said it. They could just call them and say, hey, let's meet. If they say yes, they say yes. But I think formally, this body has spoken. We believe in safety. We believe in helping the school district. The SRO that we approved showed it. We financed part of it. We wanted to do another one. It was 3-2 vote. So, I mean, our footsteps speak louder than our words. So when we talk about not only that, why don't we give our staff the opportunity to final and look at the policies they can adhere, rather than go, maybe tomorrow morning our city manager and the police chief will put a stop sign during the football games. Maybe they'll adhere and do something. Let our staff do their job rather than go and create other people to work around. And I don't know what the meaning is, but I think that we should allow our staff. Maybe we should reword it and say, the council together is in concerned about what occurred. Can we review some of our policies and go back and adhere to what we can do to better our community? And I say this, I don't say this attacking. I don't need words or looks. I just say, but the fact of the matter is the city council voted 3-2 for an SRO officer and proposed to get a second one. And words don't mean nothing. Actions mean better.
Yeah, don't lie. I voted not to pay 100%. I've always been for campus resource officers for the school and as many as possible. But I didn't vote to pay the whole thing. I did not vote to fund the campus resource officer because the school district utilizes the resource officer and they should be paying for the services that they get and they contract. That's for our taxpayers. That was the basis of my vote, but absolutely, I'm for campus resource officers.
Mayor, may I add a couple comments?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Just to piggyback on Council Member Navarro's comments about compliance. From my work as a deputy city attorney and advising boards, I have seen, and I'm sure you all have too, is, there's a spectrum of different types of joint meetings that public agencies can do. And at some points, they do need to comply with the Brown Act and they do need to do different things. I'm not sure if that's 100% always required because it depends on what type of meeting you're doing and whatnot. But I just want to add that I'd be happy to look into, based on what the majority of the council wants to do by vote, what rules would apply, because obviously compliance is important to make sure that there is adherence to the Brown Act and open and public meeting rules.
Great, thank you.
I just have one thing
Other
to add.
comments? Okay.
I just have one thing to add. As far as the Team Selma meeting, I was nominated to be on that, but I've yet to see when those meetings have occurred because I have not seen any agenda or any meetings. As a matter of fact, I know that my former employer, Fresno Housing Authority, they used to be part of that Team Selma meeting. And I remember talking to somebody and I was connecting because I thought we were going to have a meeting sometime last year. I can't remember when it was exactly, but sometime last year that yes, those Team Selma meetings were probably beneficial, but I have yet to see one. And like I said, I'm supposed to be part of that meeting and I've yet to see an agenda.
They were run by Isaac Moreno, the former finance director, assistant city manager, and after he left, it went away. There were no more Team Selma meetings.
If I could address that comment, they were run by our former economic development analyst, Tracy Tosta. And so when she was the one that coordinated the last one, which I attended during my time here. And so when we lost Ms. Tosta, obviously we brought in Ms. Smart to replace her, but Amy did not have enough time to coordinate another Team Selma following that. I know there was a pause because of COVID. And then once we started getting out of the woods, sort of, Tracy did come back and coordinate one of those, and then she left. So it's absolutely a beneficial meeting that we can look at coordinating again. We're in the process of hiring for a new economic development position right now to coordinate that.
Thank you.
How long has it been since you said a meeting was coordinated by Tracy? And were there minutes of that meeting?
I probably have the agenda somewhere on my computer. I can pull up the actual date.
You could send me that in the council. I'd appreciate that. The last Team Selma meeting. Thank you. And who led it? Thanks.
Okay, each entity here has their own, board, like you said, to me, they have enough problems of their own to figure out. So for us to intertwine is a little tough. I did, because all those meetings are open. If you're, if you have a concern about something, each one of us can go to them, but not as, to me, for doing it all together, that it doesn't seem like a serve a purpose. But I like the idea of the Team Selma, because that's a more mixture of people. That's when you should get your ideas, because each one of us, this group has their own problems to solve, and they really don't need outside people as a group to come in. I don't think that's going to solve too much for our group itself. So to me, if I was concerned about that, I wanted to see how the health board was doing it, I would go individually and sit and see what it's about. If I have a question, I would go with that. But as a whole group of all of us doing it together, I do not think that's the best way to go.
Oh, there you go. Kind of reminds me of that vote that the healthcare district did on the website and voted it down because they didn't want the public to know. What's the difference between all of us going in the public? We're members of the public. We're not just board members. We're also members of the public. We're representatives of the people. And we should be learning and gaining more knowledge about the other boards in our town. And what better way than to have a meeting either with all of us or with just one or two of us to not have the Brown Act considerations that City Attorney Yanez was discussing. Anyway, okay. Is there a motion regarding this item, considering directing staff to coordinate a meeting between the Selma City Council, Selma Unified School District Board of Trustees, Selma Healthcare District, and the Selma Cemetery District? Oh, okay. Is there any public comment at this time?
Yeah, I think it's wise to do a review, the city attorney to look into, potential legal matters with that. And I know, Mayor, you understand the Brown Act really well. And I think that whenever you cross lines, there's a potential for violation of that. Now, are you guys talking about like creating an ad hoc committee? Because that's a little different than, formulating a committee where you're sharing information back and forth. I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Cho on that, where each of you, I guess the question I have too is like the board meetings are open. You can attend. All of you can attend. I don't know if any of you do, but you can attend. You can watch them online. Some of them are online now. I guess my thing is how much are you looking to collaborate? And then the collaboration, it could be a legal matter. And I think that would put the city in a very big predicament. I'm for ad hoc committees, but boy, you better follow the compliance with those committees so you won't cross over into any violations. I think linkages that you have between school board, between hospital board, if there's any families, because that's what I heard Councilwoman Mendoza Navarro suggest, make sure that it's fair balance. Make sure that there's not, any bias with, heavy, leaning on one direction with family members or not. So I think it really needs to be considered as far as what is happening community wide. But that's available for all of you to take part of. I don't see a need for having a special board meeting for that. It's available now. You should avail yourself now. It's public knowledge. You have the right to go and look and go and see and participate. So that's my input. Oh, one more thing. I have time. Because you mentioned again, Mayor, that pop-up in my community was on her property. So there's some misconstruing of information. She had the permission to do it on her property. It's like a yard sale. So having a permit to do a yard sale, that's different than what happened in my neighborhood this week.
Is that why they dropped off the barricades? Is that why Public Works dropped out the barricades?
First time or this time?
This time, yesterday,
This time it
they
was-
dropped out the barricades, right? I mean, if it was just her yard, would they need
Last
the
time I
barricades?
seen, the last time you brought up the previous one,
Yeah.
that was on her property. This one was blocking off the street.
Mr. Mayor, since we're in public comment, we
This is not-
generally should, wasn't this a public comment requested for this?
This wasn't.
If it is public comment, we
part of the
shouldn't
agenda.
engage in a back and forth with the commenter, but
Thank you for your comment. We did discuss that previously.
So again, to just address what you're saying, I would say I'm not opposed to, having these pop-up events. It just get the facts straight. And everybody needs to be aware. And again, I applaud Ms. Smart for taking this on and going forward. But if you bring it up, I'm going to bring it up again. Do it wise, do it smart, do it right.
I'll bring it up again.
Teresa Saul, 1701 Pioneer Avenue. Listening to everybody's comments, Councilmember Navarro, I understand what you're saying. What is the purpose? What are you trying to accomplish by having this group meeting with all these entities? Councilmember Cho, I agree with you 100%. These entities have their own set of needs that they address within their realm of responsibilities. Just like I wouldn't expect the hospital board to come and tell you how to run the council. And I know you're not trying to tell them how to run it, but they are seeing and doing things according to their own rules and regulations. And we need to consider that by asking to meet with them. You've been asking for this meeting for a long time and it's never happened because the school board doesn't want to meet with you. But if they did, it would have happened already. It would have happened a long time ago because
It's not just with me, ma'am.
well, I'm just saying they don't want to meet with the city council because it's been asked before. This subject has come, I've been attending city council meetings for 4 years now, and I keep hearing this come up at one time or another, and it's never happened because the school board has not agreed to it. So you can't force somebody to meet with you if they don't want to meet with you. You can send city manager over to talk to the superintendent of schools or whoever and knock on their door. And it doesn't mean they're going to agree that they want to meet with you if they haven't at this point. What are you trying to accomplish by forcing a meeting together of these groups? I just see it as each group is having their meeting and they're dealing with their own issues and their own problems and their own finances and their own whatever. The accident with those two young ladies is very unfortunate. like Councilmember Navarro said, somebody's going to be speeding down the street, whether there's a stop sign or not, accident's going to happen. We can, as a city, try to mitigate that by putting a stop sign there during the football games, seeing if we can get volunteers, the VIPs, because we also know that our police is short-staffed. Otherwise, if we had plenty of police officers, probably have more police officers at the football games. But that's something that has to be worked out with the police department and see how many people are available. Are we able to pay overtime for these people? So work with what we have.
Okay, any other comments?
Ten 57 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. Everybody seems to be very confused. Other towns seem to do it and it works well. I think what people are confused here that are against it think Scott and Sarah want it done. What they're not aware of is the cemetery voted to meet with the city. The Selma Healthcare District voted to meet with the city. The only ones that did not vote was the 3 on city council and the school board, because the school board's too busy putting a bunch of ridiculous stuff on news around Selma that has nothing to do with what's happening in the school district. It's all drama, it's all slanderness, and it's all lies. And it's unfortunate that the citizens of Selma and parents are not able to go to these school board members and talk serious with these school boards. They pulled their kids out because some of these school board members. So of course they're not going to want to meet. Time for new school board members, time for new council members to start listening to our citizens of Selma on what they want, not what we want. We need to be more transparent with the citizens of Selma. And if they want to meet in a group meetings to get things done, and it's not always about public safety, they can have, the boards can agree with coming with people who want to volunteer to help cross kids across the street. There's all kinds of ways to think outside the box as a board of all the entities, not just completely cut it out and not do it because of who's requesting it. They're forgetting that it's coming from the citizens of Selma, and it's always not to do what the citizens want. So hopefully there will be change in November so we can have a better unity of boards getting together. And I'm not even sure if you guys are even aware. I'm here as a citizen, not as a board member of the cemetery district, but yes, we are running out of burials. We need another cemetery, and it has not been approved by the supervisors. So that is very, very important. And I'll guarantee you, you're not aware of it. Thank you.
To 737 C Street, Isaiah Lopez. I professionally am a civic leader of the Eastern County and sit on lots of local community task force, also other committees throughout the valley. And I think this is what you guys want to do, what you guys are envisioning. You guys are entering through a lot of red tape, a lot of red flags. I would say stick with Team Selma, bring that back. I think this could really help our community educate themselves about bringing a lot of these awarenesses. Like I said, I think these task forces that are being developed all through our little communities are very successful. I've seen it in Sanger, Wheatley, Parlier. I have not yet seen anything in Selma, and it's such a shame. So I hope that you guys come forward and get something together and stop debating about improving our community.
We're all on the same team, but people don't know what the other boards do. Whether we call it Team Selma or Task Force, ad hoc, we need to know what each other does. We need to know what we do in our city on the other boards. And that knowledge is lacking. Whatever gets us to that knowledge, is a good thing. Okay.
Mayor, if I may, just to clarify, I was able to find the agenda from the last Team Selma meeting, and it took place on July 28th, 2021. And I was just sending an email to council to that effect. The October 21st subsequent meeting was canceled due to COVID concerns, as was the January 20th, 2022 meeting. And then right after that, the following month, we lost Ms. Tracy Tosta.
Did we have Isaac Moreno, July 2021, or had he been suspended at the time, or was he that he left? He used to be
The agenda shows introductions by Mr. Moreno.
Yeah.
But the meeting was coordinated by Ms. Tosta.
Thank you for that. Okay. I think I asked if there was a motion to consider directing staff to coordinate a meeting between the Selma City Council, Selma Unified School District Board of Trustees, Selma Healthcare District, and the Cemetery District. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
And I'll second that. I will call the roll. Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson, yes. Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
No.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo.
No.
Okay. Okay, so item 9 to cancel Councilmember Trujillo's original item to cancel the November 7th meeting is gone. We're not considering that, right? Okay. So we will go back to staff reports and we'll start with the city manager, Santillan.
Nothing to report, Mayor and members of the council. I would just like to welcome once again our new employees to the city of Selma and excited to continue working with them.
Attorney Yanis?
Nothing to report really. Just last week I met with city manager Santillan and attorney Mary Lerner, the previous city attorney, and that was a good meeting to just kind of get informed about some of the things that she had been working on and things that I can begin to help with. So that was a good meeting last week.
For that, are you getting all the files transitioned over in an efficient way?
We're working on that. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Deputy City Manager, Development Services.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. A couple updates for you here. First and foremost, the council at the last meeting had asked for an update on the former West America Bank location. I wanted to make sure that the council was aware that the group utilizing that space there has officially submitted their application and been approved for their business license. They are currently operating under the guise of a church, which is a permitted use within that zone district. And they have undergone all of the appropriate inspections for operation there. We will continue to monitor that to ensure that any type of activities that are taking place there on site are within the appropriate zone code.
What's the name of that church, Deputy City Manager?
For the business.
I do not know the name off the top of my head.
I believe it's Victory Outreach. Is that correct? Victory Outreach.
Victory Outreach. Okay.
Also, the Selma Beautification Committee is planning their cleanup day on the 22nd of October at 8 a.m. So you'll likely see some good volunteers there from around the community, just doing small cleanup items around the community. That's someone that we meet with on a regular basis as staff to try to coordinate efforts and assist there with. That is an all volunteer committee. Ahead of the band festival, of course, which is scheduled for October 29th at 9 a.m. Our public works and community services departments are working hard on various improvements throughout the community that have to do with touching up paint, planting flowers, just really preparing that the parade route is going to be as attractive as possible to get ready for that date there. So we work on that weeks in advance of that and continue to put those efforts in today. In addition to that, also really with the focus on that, the Sally Port repair is currently underway. So our public works crews are working hard on that. And at the Salazar Center, in preparation for the mural, our public works crews went in and did some stucco repair, some painting touch up, some trim, whatnot, to really make sure that platform was going to be ready for when the mural went on, and it was really just going to pop and look as good as possible for that area there. And so public works crews have been working hard on that one as well. Those are the only updates that I had.
Thanks very much, Deputy City Manager. Deputy City Manager of Administrative Services.
Mayor and council, I've just hit, this is week 4 for me, so I'm in the trenches trying to figure things out, get acquainted I've been having a lot of meetings, getting to know staff, getting to understand their roles, what their struggles are, what their challenges are, what are some of their goals for growth, for their own professional development, as well as what do they see, how do they see their role developing. So a lot of information gathering right now. I do have ideas. I'm ambitious. I'm ready to get right into the trenches. I'm not one to just sit back in a chair. And so I want to be deep in the trenches with them. As I said, I come with a extensive background in finance. And so we all know finance is the core of kind of making things happen. If we're financially strong and we're fiscally responsible, we're able to quote unquote afford the things that we promise to our residents and that they're entitled through their taxes that they pay to the city. So I will be coming forth with a lot of items, but I'm trying to pace myself and just taking there's a things to do list and there's a hot things to do list. And so they're growing. And so you'll see some action items coming before you.
Thank you. Welcome, by the way. Thank you. Fire Chief Peterson.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you. Police Chief Alcaraz,
I have nothing to report, council.
Community Services Director.
Hello again. Just a few things to report. I'd like to echo Deputy City Manager for the work that's done at the Salazar Center. When I say that our Public Works team went over and above, it was really something that they could have just let the mural people handle, but they wanted to make sure that they gave them the best possible canvas. And so they went out there and worked really hard to make that happen. So big kudos to them. On the same lines of kudos, when I originally came on as Community Services Director, I did kind of a parks tour with Jess and Fernando from Public Works. During that time, we started to identify key things that needed to be addressed, but we also identified things that could be fixed with minimal impact. Just those things that kind of were on that list that we probably could get done pretty quickly. To my surprise, last week I got a text message from Fernando, and he had let me know that they had installed a gate at the pickleball courts. If you guys are familiar with that area, there is a little sidewalk that just kind of went to nowhere. So in that conversation, we had just mentioned, it'd be really nice if they had an actual gate so they didn't have to walk all the way around. And again, it wasn't something that we brought up again. It's been about a month, but they went out and they fixed that. I received a text message a few days later from one of our Parks and Recs commissioners and said, that they really appreciated the effort. So again, these are just little things that I think people are doing as we start to gain momentum and all the things that we're doing. They're taking pride in their work and they're really going above and beyond. So kudos to Fernando and Jess for that. The Arts Center is receiving some actual critics reviews, I guess. So they've been saying really good things about some of the shows there. So it's kind of nice to see our Selma Arts Center be published throughout the community, and actually, even larger than that. Elf Junior opens, they are accepting registrations for ages 6 to 12. So if you know anybody that would like to be an Elf Junior, that is currently open. Our Senior Resource Fair is October 27th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. So if you know of anybody that would be a resource to our seniors, we encourage you to contact Liz. It's an awesome event. And that is all I've got for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, council reports. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
So I don't have very much as far as community events, but we do have just like to invite the community to the St. Joseph Share the Love Festival, which is happening this Sunday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. There's going to be a lot of entertainment. The entertainment is free. There is going to be a lot of food. A lot of the ministries provide a lot of great food. It's going to be, a good family event on Sunday. Like I said, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then I'm part of the Selma Catholic Women's Club, and we're having, again, our fashion show and vendor boutique. And that's going to be at this Monsignor Daniel Lopez Hall on Saturday, November 5th. And the cost is $30 per ticket. And I have tickets available. The tables are tables of 10. So if you want your family and friends to join you, you can get a whole table. The event is from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. And again, it's a fashion show and vendor boutique, and the funds go to for scholarships for the kids. All I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Trujillo.
First, I'd like to thank Tiffany for all the hard work you did today for setting in for Rena. Great job.
Thank you.
The other one is welcoming Jasmine. I welcome you to our city, and we're really colorful here, so you'll be entertained. Amy, thank you so much for all the hard work you do. We see it, us business owners that see you walking out there, and we appreciate it. So keep up the hard work, okay? Other than that, I don't have anything to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Guerra.
Okay. I attended the 9th annual Tejano Country Concert, and it was a really great event. And we had a lot of people from, not just from Selma, but we had a lot of people that come from surrounding towns that really enjoy it. And I would have to say that, this new crew that was passed on the event, they did a great job. And I'm really, really, proud of them for doing such a great job. Speaking of, when we talk about other people that come from other cities, they mention what a beautiful city we live in. Selma's such a great town, and going to those pop-ups, that was exactly my first experience when I went around and I met people from other towns, not just from Selma, and they loved it. They loved our city. So these are good things that, we're very proud of, and I'm very proud of, because those are people that may say, oh, I don't want to live in Lindsay anymore. I want to move to Selma, and I hear it all the time, people want to move to Selma. So I'm really proud of that. The other thing too is other cities are doing it. And I know we talked about this, is the street eats. They're called, like Reedley's going to have one this coming weekend. It's called Reedley Street Eats. And I was wondering, Kingsburg did one. I believe Sanger did one, and now Reedley's doing it. So wondering if that's something that maybe Selma should consider doing, a street eats. I mean, it's becoming very popular. Fresno's doing it all the time, and it becomes really, really a great event. So thought maybe we could try something like that in the future. Maybe. Also, just a follow up, and that was with you, Rob. Remember the incident we had with the business owner in regards to her parking? I'm just doing a follow up with Rodolfo's. Did you get to meet with her in regards to her handicap parking lot?
I did begin conversations with her, yes, and
Okay.
staff is already working on items that are going to address not only their concern, but shared parking throughout the entire downtown area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's it for me.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yeah, I did attend some things too. I was at the training center. We had another big wig from Washington, DC. Her name is Alexandra Castillo. Her name is longer than anything. Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Economic Development. So, I mean, big title. So I think we are, our training center and the other training center in Central Valley is being noticed by Washington DC. She's like the second person from over there to come and visit us. So that what we're doing here is very good. I also attended a luncheon today that was done by the Economic Development Corps and was hosted by the city of Fowler. And they had a gentleman, his title is United States Economic Development Administrator, EDA. His name is Will Marshall. It was a very informal, we had lunch with them, and I guess he's had a grant area that like City Manager Fernando have dealt with him before. And all the cities that attended was invited, like the 5 cities they call it. So Selma, Sanger, Fowler, Reedley, Kingsburg, Orange Cove was there. So he asked each city, what do you want? Like money, because he's doing the grants. And then he says, well, you need Pacific. Basically, you have to tell him exactly. You can't just say, I think I need it for this. No. So and he's very willing to, I guess I was pretty impressed. City really knew exactly what she needed. And she said, okay, come see me, fill out application, you got it. So basically, I think our city manager is on top of that one, so he'll be talking to him soon and hope, and he's giving this money. It's like he has a 300 million budget. So, but has a lot more town than just us in this area. So he's gonna, he's gonna help out as much as he can. That was pretty interesting for me, of course. And then the other hat, my Lions hat, we are selling our Chili Verde meal, October 25th. Pickup time is 5 to 7. If you haven't had tickets, it's $12 a meal. This is the only one you're ever gonna have a Mexican meal cooked in a Chinese restaurant. Okay, totally. So it's pretty, we've done it for quite a few years and it is one of our biggest fundraisers. And I thank you everybody for the support and welcome ladies also. Okay.
Just a follow-up, the tour bus on Dockery and the lights on Pacific. Anything happening on either of those fronts, city manager?
Police chief, would you like to comment on the tour bus? The charter bus, I should say.
Correct. We're having issues with enforcing the tour bus based on its unique size and logistics. Finding a tow company that would actually tow it is become quite the difficult task.
So it's pretty much unmovable at this point.
We're continuing to work with the owner and are in constant contact with them. So, but it is something that we are addressing. Yes.
If I may add to that, it is the bus is in disrepair, so even the owner is not able to move it. And then we did reach out to multiple towing companies who won't try to tow it because there's potential damage to the vehicle that could be done without the right equipment. But we are aware, we're working with the owner and we've given them a time frame to repair the vehicle to be moved.
Just checking in just to see if something was going on.
Just to add that, sir, it has happened in the past where a tow company did touch it and then there was damage and
Got it.
so.
How about the lights on Pacific in front of Selma Pallet? Did PG&E ever hook those up?
Yeah, my understanding is that those were installed and electrified, but I will follow up on
They're
that
not on.
to confirm.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was just
There
there this morning.
there was an issue, I know, with the inspection side of it, so I'm gonna follow up and find out what the issue is.
Okay, thank you. And then the band festival, it's the mayor's call what the city council does for the band festival. So in order to be friendly to our environment, good for our physical selves, we will be walking as a city council in the band festival this year. And anybody who needs or is unwilling to walk it with the people, there'll be a golf cart that they can ride in, any council member. I attended the Jalissa Fuente Candlelight Vigil in Lincoln Park last week. I attended the 2 Calvans meetings. Lots going on with Calvans right now with CHP and the DMV. Talk about that if anybody's interested. We had, I attended the Tejano concert benefiting the Second Chance Animal Shelter on Saturday. Really good turnout. Very nice to have the 3 bands there, and the money went to a good cause. I've alluded to this a couple times tonight, but we had a pop-up debate yesterday, for want of a better term. It was people driven, candidate driven. We all went out, just took our chairs out. There wasn't a lot of media or a lot of hullabaloo about it. We were just having the candidates talk about how they feel about issues on the city. I was disappointed to have Selma PD come out and demand the organizers of the debate to unplug their sound equipment because it was an unpermitted event on city property. I mean, the bathrooms are going, anybody could go use the bathrooms as well, but you can't use the electric. So, okay, it didn't matter. We didn't need it. We didn't need the mics. And it's kind of symbolic, right? That you get your mics taken away and remove your voice. It didn't happen. The people kept their voice and we kept our free speech and we kept our place in the park for this event that's important to people to know what we're doing. That's what is really important. And people had a chance to listen to the candidates, and the candidates had a chance to actually go back and forth and talk about these subjects. And I congratulate the people who showed up for that. So now we'll move on to our last oral communications. Anybody have anything to say tonight?
That's Louis Quintana, 2435, to address what you said, Mayor. You know, I think it's not a surprise I am running for mayor. But I don't know if there's bias with things that you just stated. I got an invitation 48 hours before the event. I have a very tight schedule, very busy, you know, as a pastor and as an RN. But you know, I would have loved to have attended. I heard it was poorly attended. But you know, it would have been great to have a better turnout. Give the citizens of Selma ample time to plan and invite the community out. Having it in a public forum like a park didn't make sense to me, but if you agreed to that, then kudos to you. But again, let's have it in an organized building, maybe Selma Art Center. I'd be happy to step in and to negotiate, you know, a time to speak to the public. So again, you said what you said, and I felt like I needed to address that as well. But here, let's work together. I'm looking forward to change as well. Thank you for that comment. But let's change the city. Let's make it better.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comment at this point? Anybody online? Okay. Another comment?
1057 Mill Street. I just want to say, in all the 10 years, actually 11 years that we actually been sitting back there, I have been sitting back there for every council meeting before my husband, Scott Robertson, ran. We attended a full year of council meetings before we even decided to run, because it's a we, not a I. What just amazes me is in the 11 years that I've been here, there's always been a forum debate in here at the chambers. A couple years ago, it was at the Art Center. Now, one time did anybody even hear? This is the first time that the city didn't have one. Very, very unfortunate. So yet again, regardless, we citizens will continue to take it upon ourselves and do what the citizens deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
About 1701 Danube Avenue. Yes, you did not have a good turnout. It was about 25 people there in the park.
I
was
didn't
there.
organize it, ma'am.
Well, whoever organized it, sufficient notice was not given to the candidates. I was able to attend, but it was very poorly attended. I don't know about the amplifier or whatever, what went on with that. But as far as I know, the one for the city, that was Leadership Selma would put that one on. And I think they relinquished control of that a couple years ago when COVID happened, and we're not able to do that anymore. So I don't know who's responsible or who took ownership of that, but I would have liked to see that one, because that was a not more organized. That was it was limited to the candidates for the city of Selma. And the previous one that was held at Valley Life Church included all of the surrounding communities also, which I also attended. So there have been a couple of opportunities for people to speak. I am running for mayor, in case anybody was wondering, just like Mr. Quintana and Mayor Robertson. So it would be nice, but I think that because the ballots have already gone out, it's kind of too late to do that. I don't like the ballots coming out in the mail all the time. I mean, so that there's not an election day, it's an election month kind of thing. And so I think that it precludes people from being able to have these gatherings in advance of election day. But
Okay. That's it. Anybody have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion.
We're adjourned.